Hello everybody, my name is Redstone Chester, and today we are going to be playing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe for the first time in a pretty long time on the channel. I don't think I've played
Mario
this other
Kart!
than
Hey!
I'll check up, but I don't believe I've played this game for a while on the channel since I think Wave 5 came out, I think is the last time, which would have been, yeah, 9 months ago. For a while since Mario Kart's been on the channel in general, so I decided I would change that. I'm actually planning on making a video ranking every single track in the game on like a giant tier list and just doing it in like numerical order. As you can probably imagine, there's 96 tracks in this game, so that's going to take a while. So what this video serves as, I was originally just going to sit here and just record myself playing, you know, tracks in silence, but I decided, you know what? If I record commentary over it, I can actually just do double purpose this as a Mario Kart time episode and the inevitable tier list video. So yeah, let's just get on with it. And just play. This is gonna be like such a long video of me just playing every track in the game. Mario Kart Stadium, starting off with the first track in the game. I don't think this track's that bad. I actually kind of like it as a beginner track. I think it introduces anti-gravity pretty well. I think the glider section at the end is nice. It's got the traditional, like, last turn shortcut of every beginner track. I think it does that pretty well. The layout's not too... I would argue the layout's not that boring. I don't know. I think this is a pretty solid, like, starter track. I don't think it's that awful. It's not terrible to drive either. Like, it's everything you expect from the first track in the game, but it's not, like, overly boring. Like, I know some starter tracks can tend to be sometimes. I think, like, Luigi Circuit and Mario Kart Wii is a decent example. I can understand why people wouldn't like that track. I can also understand why people wouldn't like Figure 8 Circuit in Mario Kart DS. I can understand that one as well. I think compared to those, I think this does a pretty good job of being the first track in the game. I think it introduces everything it needs to without, like, over-exemplifying on it. I don't think the anti-gravity feels forced. Like, obviously, like, yeah, you're going vertical, like, that's intentional track design, but it doesn't feel like they shoehorned it in at the last minute. This track feels like it was built to be a simple layout to introduce the anti-grav mechanic in a nice environment. Obviously, it doesn't really change that much of the actual driving, like, other than, like, the speed boosts. But I think this is a pretty good introduction to, like, the game's main mechanics, to your anti-gravity, your simple glider section. You got the, like, typical pipe shortcut at the end, boost panels around the corners. I think this track's pretty solid. I would not really have any complaints if this track got brought back in a later game. As long as it was like the first or second track. Like, as long as it was a Shell Cup track, I would not have any complaints with this track coming back. My opinions of, like, the Wii U original tracks are all gonna... I'm just warning you now, is gonna be pretty low. I think Mario Kart 8 has some of the... Like, base Mario Kart 8 has, like, one of the weakest original track lineups in the entire franchise. Like, I'm just gonna say it. Like, I'm not trying to be, like, negatively biased towards 8. I just genuinely don't think 8's base game had a lot of good tracks. Also, I messed that ending up, but it's fine, we're not getting glued. But yeah. Overall, not bad. Now, as for the next track, oh, do I have things to say about Water Park? I'm not a fan of this track. I think this track tries to do something cool. It has a cool theme. I like the beginning and end of the track, but the middle of the track kind of sucks. I'm just gonna be real with you. Half the track is one giant anti-gravity half underwater turn, and it's just really boring to play. I think the one thing I will admit about, like, Mario Kart 7 and 8's, like, introduction of underwater driving in tracks, I think both of them have done an awful job of it. I don't think Cheep Cheep Lagoon was that good of a track either. Like, that's probably, like, the worst track in 7, in my opinion. I do not like Cheep Cheep Lagoon that much at all. Again, I think this is the second game in a row where they missed hard with their underwater introduction track. That shortcut's kind of cool, but, I mean, not really much else to say. Like, half the track is one giant turn. Again, I think the ending and the beginning are fine. It's just the middle. Also, I didn't realize that was a horn. Whoops. it's just the middle of the track is just one giant turn, and it makes it so boring to play. And I also feel like with the theme of like a water park track, there's so much more that you could have done, and they just didn't. So that definitely bumps it down more in my books, so like wasted potential. Again, I am not a big fan of the introductory underwater courses in Mario Kart games. I think the later ones are pretty solid, but just the first ones they've done in both 7 and 8 just aren't that great. And I really hope Mario Kart 9, Mario Kart 10, whatever they call it, I hope that it breaks the trend. I understand it's probably pretty hard to do that, but from a game design standpoint, I can see why you'd argue it's pretty tricky to introduce underwater in a way that isn't like overwhelming. And I also do think the switch between underwater, out of underwater, and then back into underwater is like a good introduction way. I do think it's probably better than what Cheap Chip Lagoon did, with just a very generic, straight line, kind of awkward layout. Like but at the same time, I still think I like Cheap Lagoon more as a track than I do this one. This is like very clearly like lower half of tracks in the entire game for me. Like I would argue this is on the lower end, easy. I would probably say bottom 20. If I just had to guess based on like the tracks in the game, I would say this is probably a bottom 20 track in the entire game for me, if not like bottom 10. Sweet Sweet Canyon, on the other hand, I think this track is fine. Like, again, the tracks in this game, like Base 8 and the Base 8 DLC, are like very visually appealing. I know some of the DLC tracks don't look as great, but I think overall they look fine, but I'm just going to put it out there. Most of the tracks in this game look good, so I'm just not going to really bother saying that for many of them. I also like Sweet Sweet Canyon's aesthetic a lot. I like the candy track aesthetic. I think it's really cool. I think the layout of this track is pretty interesting. I like the split path introduction, although I feel like Mario Kart 8 overdoes split paths in a lot of its tracks. Like, I feel like this game has the most split path tracks out of any, like, again, in its base roster. There's so many tracks that have, like, prominent split path sections. I don't think any previous Mario Kart game has done it nearly as much as 8 did, and I don't know how to feel about it. But I think the layout here is pretty fun to drive. I feel like this is another good, like, introduction to anti-grav. There's a bit more dynamic camera with it, so you have to account for that. I think the layout's pretty simple and fun to drive. This is probably like my second favorite track in the Mushroom Cup. Although to be fair, its competition ain't great. We just established I'm not a water park fan. Like, obviously. How did that green shell miss? Anyway. But I think this track's solid. I don't think it's, like, amazing. I definitely think there's been better Mushroom Cup tracks. But I don't think it particularly does bad in anything it tries to do. There's a little bit of underwater as well in here, and I feel like it feels more natural as, like, an underwater section than Water Park does. I feel like it just feels better to drive. Like, I would not be upset if that was the first underwater introduction in, like, the entire game, if you just played the first cup in the game. I would not be mad if that was, like, the only underwater, like, the main underwater introduction in the entire game. I would not be mad. I actually think it might have done a bit better. Like, I can understand why they wouldn't want to do that, like, because it's such a small section. But I think this track could have taken Water Park's job of introducing underwater with a bit of tweaking, and I think it would have done it significantly better, so point in its favor. Also, this donut shortcut is really funny and really cool. Again, I think this track's pretty solid. I wouldn't say it's my favorite in this cup because that's probably Thwomp Ruins. I think Thwomp Ruins is like one of the best like Mushroom Cup finale tracks we've ever gotten. I think it does a good job of being I meant to not skip the intros so that I could play them in the video. Whoops, this is why my face cam isn't on, because I'm using this as game footage. If I really want the Thwomp Ruins intro, I'll have to record it again at some other point. But I feel like this does a good job of being a track with a simple layout while also having a lot of route options. to take. I think it offers a lot of variety in its gameplay while still being simple, and for that I commend it. I also think it does the anti-grav wall ride with boost panels a lot better than Toad's Turnpike does. Which, we'll get to Toad's Turnpike. I don't know if immediately after. I don't know what order the cups are technically in. We'll have to see. I don't know how in order works. I thought I was going to hit that flop. There's also that shortcut there, which is really cool. I didn't get the trick there and I lost my glider. That's fine. I don't know. I'm a big fan of this track. I think this track is really fun. I like the, like, rolling gears that you'll see if I don't hit the walls. I am really rusty at this game. Somebody tried to banana snipe me, and I don't appreciate... Oh my god, people are trying to snipe me. If I let this gear... Okay, I'm a little too late. Jeez, the CPUs are getting really close to sniping me. I don't appreciate it. Okay, yeah, that was about to happen. As I was saying, there's on laps 1 and 2, there's a gear that periodically appears that you see, and if you let it go in front of you, you can take a glider ramp shortcut through the center. And I think that's really cool. Also, I don't have enough speed to drift. Please give me a drift. I love how half of this is just me. Okay. Trying to commentate and, like, de-rust at this game at the same time is not working for me. That's fine. This is meant to be like I'm just gonna play through all the tracks and have a fun time. So I can get a better idea. Just, like, you know, have a more reasoned thoughts in my head of, like, you know, how every track plays, how much do I like them. But I think this is probably, like, this is one of my favorite tracks in Base 8's roster. Like, easily. Like, I'm gonna have a lot of negative things to say about some of the later cups, as well as some of the earlier cups. Again, like, the later cups I think are better than the Mushroom Cup in a lot of ways. Oh, someone second dodged the lightning. That's great for me. Again, but I think that there's a lot of stinkers in the earlier cups that I'll have to discuss that I'm not a massive fan of. This is not one of them. Swamp Ruins is pretty solid. That's the first cup of, oh man, that's the first cup of what? 24? No, it's not 24. It is 24. Yeah, it's 24 cups. Yeah, it's 24 cups, yeah. Cup 1 of 24. I also, again, forgot about the intro thing. Wii U Mario Circuit. Mixed opinions on this track. On one hand, I think the layout is very bland and simple. On the other hand, I still think it looks cool and is fun to drive. I don't know. I think this is probably one of my least favorite Mario circuits of all time. Would I say that? I mean, considering its competition, I probably would. I don't know. I think it's a good Mario Circuit track. It does everything a Mario Circuit needs to do, but at the same time, I feel like you already had Mario Kart Stadium as your basic Mario theme course. And well, admittingly, this does add a lot more to it because, like, it's more anti-grav, the scenery is more, you know, intense. Like, it's, you know, in the shape of the Mobius strip, the 8, it's the logo. I don't know, I just don't feel like this track is very interesting to drive. It's kind of got, to me, it just feels like a more interesting version of Figure 8 Circuit. And admittedly, it does have, like, more gameplay variation. Like, obviously, there are shortcuts you can take on this track, unlike Figure 8 Circuit, where there's, like, none. But I don't know. I don't hate this track, but I don't love it. Is probably what I would place on it, but what I would rate my opinion of it on. So was that 2 lightnings in, like, quick succession? That can happen. Oh, right, they're not limited to only one existing at a time in this game. I forgot about that. I guess that's what I get for just front-running. Also, I love the fact I didn't even mention I dodged the blue with a mushroom. I was just so busy talking about, like, my thoughts on the track. I just completely, like, forgot to just... I missed that ramp. Again, this is not my even close to my favorite Mario Circuit, but I don't think there's really any Mario Circuit ever that's been bad, except maybe SNES MC4. Like, not a big SNES Mario Circuit 4 fan, but I think the rest of them have all been at least decent. And you might be like, whoa, but SNES Mario Circuit 1's literally a circle. Yeah, it's the first track in any Mario Kart ever. I think it gets a pass. I don't know. I think this track's fine. Not really big negative, any big negative things to say about it. It is fun, I'll give it that. Toad Harbor. I've always really liked this track. I don't know why. Again, this track's layout is not, like, crazy, but I've always just been a fan of this track. I don't know why. Like, I definitely don't think I like it as much as I used to, but I'd still say this is a pretty solid track. Obviously, I think the shortcut on the side here is cool with the boost ramps. I think that's a pretty neat shortcut that you can go for. Obviously, you have this shortcut up here as well. That's pretty cool. Maybe that's why I like this. There's a lot of like little like pads on the side that don't really require mushrooms on this track. I also don't know if this is faster, but I'm doing it anyway. Again, this is another wall ride section I think is more fun than Toad's Turnpikes. Not that Toad's Turnpike is exactly a course or a track I would call fun in the first place. Also, that trolley's got a way bigger hitbox than I thought it would. Is there a boost panel over here? There is. Okay, I did remember that correctly. You can also go in the trolley area over here, and I think if you catch a trolley here, you can. They item boxes trail them, if I'm not mistaken. That I might be thinking mixing it up with a different track from a different game, but because I know there's definitely a game in which that there's like a docking area. I drifted the wrong way. That's embarrassing. Anyway. I still like this track quite a bit. I'm gonna try just taking the inside lane on the bottom here. Oh no, they're coins that trail them. Also, my hitbox is too big to do that. Whoops, the days of playing lightweights have spoiled me. But not anymore, for I must play Wiggler after the incident. Oh my god. No, wait, every single one of those missed. Well, now I'm kind of fighting for my life here, but I still do like this track quite a lot. I'm not going to trick here, I'm just going to take the drift. I've never had that happen. Okay, I'm just suffering from a massive skill issue on this track right now, apparently. I'm going to go up here so Luigi can't red me as easily. Well, this turned out horribly. I did this so I could keep my good items, and I lost both my good items. Where is B? Okay, they're behind me now. I like this track. It's pretty simple, but I do think like the shortcuts give it, like the little like side paths give it quite a good bit of variety. I'm a fan. I'm still a fan of this track. I don't know if I like it as much as I used to, where I think I would put it in like top like 5 of like this. Did I like it that much back then? I don't know. Okay, Twisted Mansion. This is a track I am just like, it's cool, but it also has a pretty bland layout at the end of the day, so like, it's fine. Not the biggest fan of Twisted Mansion. Like, I think it uses anti-gravity and underwater in a cool way. Again, another track that if this introduced the underwater mechanic of this game, I would be like, you know what? That's a decent way of introducing underwater. But again, I just like bashing Waterpark because I just don't. Waterpark's like one of the few tracks in this game I actively dislike. I am not a Waterpark fan. Twisted Mansion, I'm like, you know, this track isn't bad. Like, I'm like indifferent to it. Like, I think it's fine. Like, it's not something I would jump at the chance to play, but it's not something I would actively disdain playing either. I feel like that describes quite a lot of, like, the Mario Kart 8, like, Nitro tracks. It's just, like, it's neat. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. It's just kind of fine. Like, I like a lot of the things that it does. Like, I think this anti-grav wavy road section is cool. The library shortcut's pretty cool, pretty, like, creative, I would argue. Like, not, like, how it's executed, obviously, because it's just an off-road cut in a tunnel, and a lot of tracks do that. Cough off Cheeseland, this is the one I can think of off the top of my head. Oh, but we'll get to GBA Cheeseland when we get to GBA Cheeseland, because I have things to say about that track. It's also cool that, like, there's two paths at this ending point here. And a lot of obsession with split paths in 8. Probably because, like, the track, like, allowing for, like, anti-gravity allows that to be made, like, allows you to do that easier, I guess. So you can, like, make a variety of, like, interesting layouts that use anti-grav with, like, split paths. Again, I don't know if I like it or don't like that the obsession with split paths in the 8 Nitro tracks. There's some tracks I think get benefits, some tracks I think detriments. Like, I also feel like in some ways it's like a necessary addition so the track doesn't become, like, crazy boring. Am I about to get Mario Karted? Yeah, I think I am. Huh? No. I survived being Mario Karted. Barely. Oh my goodness. So I don't know how long I'm going to be able to keep, like, perfect right now. Then we get to Shy Guy Falls. I think Shy Guy Falls is a cool track. I'm also, like, a sucker for this kind of track. Like, the... like, boost panel, like, water tracks. I like, Koopa Cape a lot. Obviously, this track isn't as good as Koopa Cape, but I still do like it. Also, Shy Guy is one of my favorite Mario characters. I've mained Shy Guy in this game for a long time before, the inevitable takeover of, our Sir Wiggleston here. I guess that's his name now. Anyway, I like this track. I still do really like this track. I think that I would still put this in my top 5 Wii U Nitro tracks. I think this is still easily in the top 5. I just like the boost, like the water stream tracks a lot. Like I like Piranha Plant Slide a lot. I like Koopa Cape a lot. I'm a pretty big fan of Piranha Plant Pipe Way is the tour track. The only tour track they didn't put in this game, and it makes me upset because they put Piranha Plant Cove in over it, and I don't like Piranha Plant Cove nearly as much. And it's just like, why? I will never understand that decision. I also think the music for this track is cool. You got the whales of the Shy Guys. It's a lot of bananas in that area. I'm also noticing I haven't played a lot of the Wii U Nitro tracks in a long time. Like, I've played some, like, just when I've been playing, like, random tracks, I greened myself. Dang. That was not the intention of... DK, get over here. Do I have Baby Luigi on the Biddy Book? I do. No wonder I'm having a tough time keeping up. You know, DK, you could have thrown that at him, and that would have been nice. I also just realized I have no coins. There's not really a point to super horning him because his acceleration is just really good, but I'll do it anyway. I hope that doesn't nip me in the butt. I really like this track. The ending shortcut here, if you have a mushroom, is also really cool. It's right between those pillars right there. There's a off-road ramp cut that you do. I really like this track. I didn't play it very well, but I do like it quite a lot. As with Sunshine Airport. Sunshine Airport's another really... The Star Cup is probably the best cup in this, like Mario Kart 8. Like, base Mario Kart 8, Star Cup is the best cup in the game. I don't think there's, like, any cup that remotely comes close. I think Special might give it a run for its money, but then Bone Dry Dunes just sucks, so... That kind of ruins it. No, but Sunshine Airport. Oh my goodness. This track is so fun to drive. It's just a track with a good soundtrack. It's fun to drive. You get to drive through an airplane. If you don't somehow miss the boost panel in the weirdest collision moment I've seen in this game in a while. You got the runway launch part. That's really cool. There's also the I'm getting red shelled. You know, fun times. You get to see the planes taking off. It's a really cool track. That's why when they added the airport stage to Splatoon 3, I was so excited, because I'm like, Mario Kart did the airport stage really good, and I was hoping Splatoon would do the same, and I do think Marlin Airport and Splatoon is another really good stage, but I don't know, I guess Nintendo just makes good airport stages. Who would have guessed? Considering the fact they've only made like 2. Please get to the other side before that blue shell hits me. Thank you. How is DK so close to me? I missed the double box. Well, that's not a good sign for me. Gonna put myself back up to 10 coins instantly. Missed item, but it doesn't matter because I would have lost it anyway. That's a benefit for me, I think, over DK, because I think his acceleration's way worse. As for what else to say about this track, I just really like it. I think this track is really fun. I shouldn't have cut out as wide there because I already had coins. Yeah, this is, again, Star Cup in this game is just so good. You're gonna see that with the next few tracks. I think Dolphin Shoals and Mount Wario are probably like the 2 I like the least of the 4. They're close for me. But I still think they're pretty good, so this cup is going to be just banger after banger after banger. So let's get into Dolphin Shoals, the track that has, I would argue, the best music in Mario Kart 8's Nitro tracks. If you know, you know, but the saxophone on the one section of this track goes so crazy. No, so we got the giant eel, which is funny. It's also another, like, one of those, like, water current tracks with, like, you know, the pipe, like, jets and whatnot, which, again, I like the pipe tracks. I don't know what to say. I just like the pipe tracks. I missed the item box. That's not great. There's also the little dolphin guys. I don't know what their name is, but they're cool. I have forgotten how to drive this track, apparently. Oh my god. Avert your eyes. Apparently, I have no idea how to drive this track. Oh my god. There's a trick ramp down there? Okay, cool. Yeah, but here we go. Oh, the saxophone. What the hell did the camera do there? Okay, I need to stop talking and just pay attention to the actual race, because, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I've played this track in, like, a year. And it's pain. Triple mushrooms in second, when did that happen? Okay. Banger of a track. Let's see if I can actually showcase this section properly this time. Obviously, you have the boost panel pass on the side. I think they might be faster. And obviously, you can do the tricks on the eel tail here. I did not mean to get hit by that. Can I not drift at like a low speed in this game? It feels like I should be able to. Anyway. Reach, don't bomb. How did that bomb hit me? Okay. Why did that go for him? I thought I was past him. Again, last lap, he just plays the saxophone version the entire time. Okay. I think my muscle memory from Shy Guy is taking over, and it's not working with this combo. So I need to actually, I need to kick Baby Luigi's butt here. That works. Yeah, that is definitely a case of old Shy Guy muscle memory kicking in and it's not working with the Wild Wiggler. But now we get into my favorite track in the base Mario Kart 8 Electrodrome. I've liked this track since I first played it. It's, like, really my only complaint with this design is that one straightaway is kind of boring, but the rest of the track's great. The off-road cut at the end, I like the off-road cut at the end. I like the music. I think the aesthetics are really nice. I think the majority of the track is fun to drive, outside of the one straightaway I just mentioned. We'll get to that in a second, though. This is also one of my best tracks in the game because I just played it so much. Because I like it. But anyway, and this is the straightaway I'm referring to. How did one of the cones get up here? I've never seen that happen. There's also the boost in the center that you should absolutely take if you're not stupid like me. I think this section, the road effect is really cool. I just like driving this track. This track's just a jam to just drive, in my opinion. I like it so much. No purple there, that's fine. I have been spoiled by Shy Guy. Shy Guys must have like a crazy high mini turbo stat. I thought I couldn't see exactly what the banana was. The blooper actually really hurt me there. Let's go. What? Okay. Okay. I don't know how I got side-redded there, but sure, go off. He got bananaed. Alright. Purple, yeah, there we go. Wiggler does have a good enough mini turbo stat to do that. Oh, I'm getting good. That does accelerate me to near full speed immediately. Awesome. Alright, Baby Luigi. You wanna go? Okay. Well, I don't think there's any way I'm winning this, especially when I just did that. And I just drifted into a fireball. Welcome to Mario Kart combined. Just getting Mario Kart to combine with my own stupidity there. That sucks. Ugh. My rust with this game is really showing. Mario, this is a good track, though. It's a one-lapper. This is a track I feel like a lot of people like, and I can see why. It's pretty fun. Like, it's a one-lapper. It's got a lot of variety in sections. I think it's a cool track. I think it's probably a bit overrated, but I understand why it's liked, as liked as it is. Like, I can see as to why. Again, I think this track is really cool. There's a lot of variety to the sections. Obviously, you got the first initial like icy downhill, which is really cool, and then you got like the cavern section, and the music changes as you go along. It's very important that I don't miss the spider ramp. There's also boosters on the rocks. Again, it's another track with like flowing current in it. I'm really a fan of them. I really don't know what else to say. And obviously we got the Wario Dam. Why is there a dam on the mountain? Why is there a dam on the mountain? That's an excellent question. Why did I go for that boost panel? These are the real questions that we should be asking. But I think it's worth going into this. Questionable. Especially when I only got a single point out of it. I thought I was going to cut that tree inside, but I guess not. That section is something I've always struggled with since I switched to the heavyweight. My hitbox is so much bigger than I'm just used to it being. It's probably just also a skill issue. Baby Luigi, would you mind dying? No, but I think I'm going to die. No? There we go, I got him. I thought that angle might work. I was going to throw that backwards. Hopefully that hits him again. I love the classic boost panel section before the ramp. You're freaking kidding me. Welcome to Mario Kart, I guess. Just goddamn, screw me. The game's just like, no. You know what? You've had your fun. You've had your fun, and you just don't get to have that anymore. Ooh, Cloud Top Cruise. This is like one of the best tracks in 8. I love this track so much. And it's immediately followed up by, like, probably my second least favorite track in the entirety of Mario Kart 8's Nitro Selection. Because of course it is. I missed the trick, that's... sucks. This is another track I don't feel like I've played in a while, but I really like it. So I'm not complaining. Obviously, I think the lightning mechanic of this part's pretty cool. Also, the question block with the vine coming out of it is such a cool detail. The leaf shortcut at the end is also pretty fun. I would do it if I wasn't holding this mushroom for other purposes. Anyway. Nice trick there. Blooper, there's bananas here. I gotta be careful. Oh, RIP my mushroom. Dang, okay. No fun allowed, I guess. First boost panel is going to be struck down as soon as I get to it. That one is, okay. think I'm gonna try and bomb Baby Luigi. I got it. Awesome. That's gonna slow him down much because acceleration is so stinking good. And the beginning of the end of the race for Redstone Chester. Okay, jeez. The thing is, I think those would follow me into the cannon. Thank goodness for the change where lightning doesn't just kill you in a glider section anymore. I don't think I'm catching up to him. Yeah, especially not with those items. Oh wait, where did he go? Are we Luigi? Are you in the building? No. That was a very risky drift at the end. I don't know why I did that. That's a very good track, though. I do like that track quite a lot. As for Bone Dry Dunes, this track's fine. I don't hate it as much as I used to, but it's like... I mean, like, is the Dry Bowser theming of the track cool? Yeah. But it's a desert track. I don't know. I don't like the layout of this one that much. It just never stood out to me as much. It's always been, like, one of the most forgettable tracks in, like, Mario Kart 8's set of 16. But I don't think it's bad. It's just, like, not great. Like, I'd say it's, like, fine. But I think I'd put it below a lot of other tracks I'd say are, like, fine. I don't know. Not the biggest fan of this one. Okay, yeah, geez, Shy Guy muscle memory is really screwing me up here. It's not gonna be as big of a deal on the DLC tracks, you're gonna notice. Because I haven't had as much time to just, like, develop, like, muscle memory for, like, my specific combo. But you're really gonna notice it on, like, the original Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, or Mario Kart 8 Deluxe tracks at, like, launch. It's gonna be pretty rough. Because I'm just gonna go on autopilot thinking, oh, yep, this is definitely Shy Guy on the City Tripper. Or, like, one of the 5 combos I played very close to those exact stats. Yeah, I had to brake drift. Oh my god, how did I not hit that banana? Anyway. Sure. Okay, yeah, I'm taking that so I don't get, target redded into the pit. That sucks, I can't dodge a blue anymore, but I think that was worth the time save. Because I would have lost a lot of time getting redded into the chasm if I didn't. Actually, I don't think I really have that much Shy Guy muscle memory on this track, because it doesn't really feel like it. Probably because I just never play this track, because I don't like this track that much. Which, I mean, fair enough. I mean, obviously, if I don't have to play a track I don't like, why would I? Now I get the super coin. You know what? Sure. Let me take the better line. There we go. That's fine. Hey. Not exactly my favorite track, but I don't hate it. Next, we have Bowser Castle. I think it looks cool. I don't know if I quite like how it drives that much. Because again, it's kind of just like split path, ribbon. I like the beginning of the layout. I like the very beginning. I think the end with the boulders is kind of cool, but I don't know if I like the big mechanical section with like the wavy roads that much. I don't know. Like, aesthetically, this is amazing. This is a really cool track, but I don't know how much I like it gameplay-wise. Like, I definitely like this section quite a bit. I think this plays really nicely. Yeah, I just don't... These wavy sections, I'm gonna be honest, I thought that was gonna punish me way more than it actually did. What the hell? Okay, sure. Go off. Go off. Yeah, just go off. That's cool. I will be honest, I looked at my other monitor to check something, and CPUs are stupid. They don't use the bananas when they should. Anyway. I don't think I got a purple there. That's fine. I don't get nearly as many purples with this combo as I did with Shy Guy, but that's fine. Okay, that's not fine, though. Welcome to frickin' Mario Kart, I guess. I've only been playing this franchise for... I figured he would do that, but I didn't know if he wouldn't, because he would be stupid and hit himself. Oh my god. Okay. Great. Mario Kart is a game that is amazing in all ways. 4 mushrooms? I mean... Sure? I'll take first. I hopped over the boost panel. Honestly, don't know if that was good or bad. Redded. The red shell broke on something. That's awesome. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Do not get redded in the chasm. If I didn't use that mushroom there, I would have raced over. Okay. Yeah, I really don't know how I feel about the wavy section with the, like, boost panels. So I don't like driving that as much. The rest of the track's really good, though. And then there's Rainbow Road. I think this track's fine. Like, I'm not exactly the biggest fan of the theming. I think it drives well. I think on 200, this track is also really fun with, like, a, lightweight hit combo. I think 200 with this track is really fun. But... I don't know, I think this is a fine track. I used to hate this track, I think it's, like, pretty decent now. I don't hate it as much as I used to. But there were a few years where I really hated this track. But I've grown to like it since. I don't think it's that bad. That's gonna be a nasty brake turn, though. Not that bad. I do not have the turning capabilities that I'm used to. Oh my god. This is another track I played a ton of, so this is another one where, like, the Shy Guy muscle memory will come to haunt me. I do actually have to pay attention to how I'm playing the game and not just presume I can go on autopilot and just know what I'm doing in every second because, oh, Shy Guy controls the same way he always is. I don't know if that's true, because I think they might have buffed Shy Guy at some point, or changed his stats at some point, so he actually might have different stats than he used to. Okay. I'm alive. It's fine. I'm getting redded. It's fine. I'm getting blued. This is slightly less fine. Why do you have a star in third? My guy. Why? Okay. Super Horn 6. That's a very useful item. Okay, that's pretty good. I had to burn it there, that really sucks. Don't you just do that? Oh, okay. I was about to say, I remember how you do the password shortcut. I don't know how much time that actually saved because I did it so poorly, but surely a decent bit. You know, fun track. I don't think it's the best Rainbow Road out there. I don't think it's the worst one. I'm actually curious. Do we go to Moo Moo Meadows next, or do we go to Yoshi Circuit next? Okay, it is Moo Moo Meadows next. Okay, that makes sense. I guess the order, like for in order, is just hard coded like this. Probably from the original 8. But Moo Moo Meadows, I mean, it's a Wii track. I have nostalgia. I like this track quite a lot. Like, obviously. I think this is a very good beginner track. I think it's very fun. I think the cows are funny. Like, obviously, I'm biased because I grew up with Mario Kart Wii, and this was a track I played a lot when I was younger. I liked it. So, I mean, yeah. Is putting this as high on my inevitable tier list as I'm going to, probably a bit nostalgia-based. Yeah, so I still think this is just, in general, a good track and fun to drive. Yeah. I think if I wasn't nostalgic for it, I'd probably put it lower on my ranking list, but then again, like, that's a factor in people's opinions, you know? Like, you can't expect people's nostalgia to just not, like, influence their opinions, and I guess that's just kind of what you have to expect. Because obviously I didn't play 8 for the first time until 2017. I was already 12 years old then, you know? I was so old. And now here I am, and I'm 19 years old, and I'm still playing this godforsaken game. Then again, I've also been playing Mario Kart Wii since I was like 4, so that one hurts a bit more. Yay, I've been playing Mario Kart Wii for 15 years! Dear God, that's a big number, stop! Send help. Oh man, now I'm talking about how old I feel as a 19-year-old. Great, I can't wait for all the fun... the funs. Also, I'm surprised we finished the first 4 cups in less than an hour. I thought this was going to take a lot longer than it has so far, but I might be jinxing myself, considering the fact we are... What is that? We're an 8th through... No, not an 8th, a 6th. We're a 6th of the way done, and it's already been an hour. Anyway, GBA Mario Circuit. I like this track. I think the anti-gravity section works fine. I think it serves as a way to make the track more interesting when it kind of was just a generic circuit track in Mario Kart Super Circuit. Because, I mean, it's Mario Kart Super Circuit. Everything was flat, you know. Obviously, when you put it to 3D, you want to make it more interesting. I think the layout of this track's just genuinely pretty fun, though. Like, that's a lot of things, like, I think people, like, hate on, like, the GBA and SNES tracks a lot, but, like, oh, they're flat, there's not much variation. I think some of them have really, especially in their remakes, have really fun layouts. I don't think people discuss, like, how fun of a layout some of, like, the GBA and SNES tracks have sometimes. Like, I think Super Mario, like, SNES Mario Circuit 2 and 3 are very fun to drive. I think Donut Plains 3 in this game is very fun to drive, which I think we'll be getting to. Is that in this cup? Is that in the Shell Cup? I think it is. Yeah, but Donut Plains is a very fun layout. I think, what's the other SNES track they put in this game? They put 2 in the base game, right? What's the other one? I genuinely don't remember what it is. I feel like there's gotta be another one in the base game, right? They didn't put 1 Super Nintendo track in the base game. Ain't no way. There's gotta be another one. It's not Rainbow Road, because that was a DLC track, I know that. Genuinely don't know what it is. Yeah, but I like GBA Mario Circuit a lot. I like the retros quite, like, overall a lot more than I like the Nitros in 8 Deluxe. I think they did the retros so well. Which, I mean, fair play to them, making, like, some of the, like, flatter tracks more interesting. I think the retros in this game were very well done, and that's why I think the Booster Course Pass being mostly retros was just a good idea. I think there's a lot of retros in the Booster Course Pass that they did really well. But I'm also a Mario Kart Tour fan, so I might be a bit biased. Oh, Cheap Cheap Beach is in this cup. Okay, so, someone plays the last track of this cup, or is it the third track in the next cup? I genuinely don't remember. Cheap Cheap Beach, this is a fine track. This is a track in Mario Kart DS I was like, yeah, this is a fine track. Not the biggest fan of Cheap Cheap Beach. I also completely missed the startup boost. I'll admit that one's on me. I like this track. I think this track... I feel like this track would have also fit well in 7 because of, like, underwater stuff. I'm happy that it got put in one of them. Not my first pick from Mario Kart 8 DS to get put in this game, but... far from the worst possible option. Then again, I also think they probably put one of the worst possible options in this game anyway, so... oh well. Okay, shock, that's unfortunate. I know I just went mute there for a second, but I had the other things to deal with. Anyway. Back to what we were saying. Cheap Cheap Balloon, I'm glad it got put in this game, because I feel like you get addition of underwater if I stop getting spammed with red shells. Thank you, Wendy, for throwing that one backwards, I appreciate it. Draft? Draft in the chat, please? No? Okay. I will just abuse the fact that Wiggler is just fast. Anyway. I also like how I said, like, oh man, the addition of the water is so cool and I'm not driving in the water because I'm just, like, habit from Mario Kart DS. I like the Mario Kart DS version of this track, which is funny. Like, I think the layout of this track's a bit simple, but I also do think it's a fun track. Like, there's other tracks from DS I wish I would have brought back instead of this. Like, what's some of the earlier DS tracks that probably would have been better to bring back than this one? I don't really know. This is also a Mushroom Cup track in DS now, or is it Fire Flower? I forget. I haven't played Mario Kart DS in a while, but I don't know. I think this track's good. Moving right along to the next one. Toad's Turnpike. Oh. Oh, how I do not like this track. I thought the original was fine, like annoying but fine. This track's just like it's not Toad's Turnpike anymore. Cause I could just do this. And then the cars are just not an issue. I do think adding glider ramps to the back of the cars, like you can see literally the one right there I just missed, I think that's cool, but like, the gameplay of this track is just so boring. Like, of all the retros for them to do dirty, they did one that needed, like, the most help, the worst off, and it's just like, also, why would I ever drive through the traffic here when I can just do this? Like, perhaps that's slower and I'm stupid, but I don't know. There's also a guaranteed double item box here, so I'll take what I can get. Yeah, no, I don't like playing this track at all. I think this track is very boring. Although I will admit, I think the glider ramp is very funny. I also love when the glider ramp, when I just get that happening. That's also very fun. Oh, that car... What? The lane shifts there? Why does he move over? Is it slightly curved and I just didn't notice? I think I'm just gonna take the inside lane here. Kill Wendy. Yes, the glider car... I missed the ramp. Are you kidding me? Okay, well that sucks. Now I'm just bumping into every car with my giant hitbox. Who the hell's in front of me? I was doing this. Oh no, the lane does shift there. Oh, right, because it condenses, doesn't it condense into 2 lanes? I completely forgot about that. Whatever. This track's gonna get a really low rating, so I don't have to care about it that much anyway. I already know where I'm putting that one. I don't need to replay it to get my opinion, make my opinion change. Or just make sure I know what my opinion is. Dry desert. Do I like this track? I think it's fine. This is just another track where it's like, I think it's fine. Like, I'm not like, oh man, I love playing Dry Desert. But I'm also not like, I hate this track. I think the driving of it isn't actually that bad. I don't like getting knocked into the off-road. That's sucky. I'm a heavyweight. I shouldn't... Okay, whatever. Sure. Oh, man. Oh, this is another track where just Shy Guy muscle memory just does not work. Didn't I just smack you in the face with a banana? How are you still alive? That's one way to just get first back. Alright. I don't know why I thought the pillar might stop the red shell, but I figured that was worth a shot. Still has one more throw of that thing. Okay, yep, alright, he's done. That's actually good for me, I think. Look, obviously his acceleration's better, but I'm gonna get bigger first. I drift way wider than I think I do. Take that. That's what you get for all the times that you've done that to me, CPUs. I'm gonna be honest. I drove that track like garbage. I don't know if this just is a track with like slippier terrain and I just don't have a good traction stat or as good of a traction stat as I'm used to, and that's messing me up. I don't know. I don't think that track's that bad though. I think I was playing it way worse than I actually don't like it. Ooh, Donut Plains 3. I like this track a lot. I think this track's very fun. Again, they really did a good job of making like the Super Nintendo and Game Boy Advance tracks good in 8 Deluxe. I think that's something I can really commend the game for. Even if I think some other changes it made from previous games, cough cough the glider mechanics, kind of sucked. I do at least admit the retros are probably the best they've ever been in the series. Like, they actually feel like they, like, to some extent, like, obviously you can tell because they lack, like, the newer features, you can tell they're older. But I feel like at the same time, they're much closer to the quality of, like, the, like, Nitro tracks than they've ever been before, if not exceeding the quality of the Nitro tracks in this game. Because I think a lot of the, like, I think overall the retros are far better than the Nitros in 8. The base 8 Nitros, I should elaborate. Some of the DLC 8 tracks are very good. Like Mute City, Big Blue, Dragon Driftway. All phenomenal tracks, so there's other ones. Animal Crossing's pretty good. Wild Woods is fine. Ice Ice Outpost is pretty good. Hyrule Circuit's pretty good as well. Like, the DLC tracks, they went crazy with them. The base game, not as much. I was gonna try and bomb her, but I didn't know where she was. Oh wait, I have a look behind me button, don't I? I do. Anyway. Adios. That didn't last as long as I thought it was going to, because... small, I guess, I don't know. I just love driving in the office. I'm about to get immediately redded back, aren't I? Okay. I like Donut Plains 3 a lot. Massive Donut Plains 3 fan. Oh, what's the next track in this cup? Because this is only the second track. Or, no, this is the third... No, second, yeah. Second track in this cup. It's the third one in this cup. Royal Raceway. This is another really fun one. Like, a lot of the Mario Kart 64 tracks... Like, part of me understands why they remake so many of them. Because for the most part, Mario Kart 64 has amazing tracks. Like, one of the strongest Nitro selections I think we've ever had. So I understand why they keep remaking them, and they keep making the remakes, for the most part, pretty good. Like, there's some stinkers in Mario Kart 64 that they've remade. Like, I'm not a big Choco Mountain fan, I'm not a big N64 Bowser's Castle fan either. But, like, the Raceway tracks, like Luigi Raceway, Mario Raceway, Royal Raceway, all amazing tracks. All three of them had their remakes in Wii 7 and 8, respectively, between Mario, Luigi, and Mario Raceways. They're all just such fun tracks. Like, is the Luigi Raceways layout a bit basic? Yes, but it's still fun. I still enjoy playing Luigi Raceway. Like, very much so. Oh my god. No, I'm not getting ready the third time. That's the other thing I really don't like about Mario Kart 8. This game, it just feels... The items feel, overtuned. Like, I feel like a lot of the items in this game feel very overtuned. Like, is it just me, or do I feel like I get hit with shells just way more often in this game than I do in, like, any of the older games? Like, do the shells just have bigger hitboxes in this game? Because I swear, like, in Mario Kart Wii, like, I've played vehicles with some pretty massive hitboxes, and I swear I don't get hit by as many greens as I do in this game. Obviously, the reds have much better, like, seeking in this game. Which makes them really annoying, especially when second pulls them constantly. And you have coins as items, which means you don't always have the option to block them, which is probably a good thing. I don't know. I think Mario Kart 8's a good game, but it's not my favorite Mario Kart because it feels, ironically enough, it feels too chaotic for a Mario Kart game. Like, I feel like too much garbage happens in this game. Like, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe to me is like the Mario Party of Mario Karts. Like, that and 64. Like, 64 also has some pretty insane garbage in it as well, but I think 8's the much more prominent example because it's just sold so much more. Like, I don't think this game is bad. By no means is this game bad, but it's not my favorite Mario Kart game because I feel like they overtuned a lot of the items specifically in this entry, and it baffles me as to why they would do that. I mean, I understand why. Obviously, it's Mario Kart. You want it to be, like, the party family game. Like, I get it. Wait, 3DS DK jumped this early in the game? This was a special cup track in Mario Kart 7, by the way. This is another track I didn't like a ton in Mario Kart 7, but I've kind of grown to like it a bit more in recent years. I think it's a good track. It's probably one of 7's weaker nitros, but it's still a good track. It's a very, very fun... It's obviously a reference to Donkey Kong Country Returns, which is a game I own and want and should play, but I haven't yet. But I don't know, I've got other games I want to play coming up, like the 1000 Year Door remake that's coming out next month. I want to play that really badly. Like, that is going to be... I'm gonna have so much fun with that game. Like, I don't know how much I'll be able to play it with what I'm doing for the summer, but we shall see. That's also the reason why I wanted to try and get, like, a video like this out at some point. Also, okay. That's really embarrassing. Because I know, like, with what I'm doing with the summer, I'll probably be too busy to really do anything. So I figured even if, like, this is literally just a 6-hour-long Let's Play of just every Mario Kart track, so be it. Like, Mario Kart Time is literally all about being, like, a Mario Kart Let's Play of sorts. So be it. Plus, I haven't made one in a long time, so the comeback being... Oh, I just barely made that. Really? Right in my line. Anyway, so the comeback being, like, a 6-hour special, just... It feels like it makes sense. Oh my god. I get that there's a giant golden banana, but that does not mean I have to run into everyone I see. Case in point, look, 4th, 3rd, and 2nd all have a red right now. Like, look me in the eyes, tell me the pull rate of red shells in this game is not insane. You can't. These weird, goofy drum guys, or... I still don't know what they're called, and I refuse to learn. Because I'm stubborn. I'm now going to hit the frog. That's fine. I need to play Mario Kart 8 more often. Like, I'm getting bad at it, and I'm getting so rusty, and it's showing so much. Yeah, my handling's not good enough to do that reliably. That's fine. Either that, or maybe I should just give up the Wiggler Dream and just go back to Shy Guy. What am I saying? I would never do that. I might consider changing to a different... I might genuinely consider changing to something with a smaller hitbox, like a bike, maybe. Oh, speaking of, like, the worst DS track that could ever add to the game, why did they add Wario Stadium? Did anybody like this track in Mario Kart DS? I know I wasn't a big fan of it. Like, I think the remake definitely made it better? I still don't like this track that much. I think it's okay. But it's just like, really? You had so many bangers of DS tracks and you chose to bring back Wario Stadium? And the worst part is, this is the other track that uses the Waluigi's, like, pinball music. So it's just really insulting, because you know that banger could have... Well, they probably wouldn't have done it 2 games in a row, but... Waluigi Pinball is also in Mario Kart 7, and it was one of the best tracks in that game, as it was one of the best tracks in Mario Kart DS, because Waluigi Pinball is just godly, and we will get to Waluigi Pinball later. We will get to Waluigi Pinball later. Let me assure you, Waluigi Pinball will be discussed, as it is in the DLC. Okay, but Wario Stadium, I've never really been a fan of this track. In DS, this has always been, like, the bane of my existence, as it's the first track in the Special Cup of that game. I know that fondly, because I've played the Special Cup of DS so much. Isn't Peach Gardens the second track in the Special Cup in that game? I think so. Trust me, I played a lot of the Mario Kart DS Special Cup, because I've tried to 3-star the Special Cup on Mirror Mode in that game so much. But the game's just like... I will Mario Kart you on Rainbow Road every time you get close. And that is the world of how I've been... And that's the story of how I got Blue Shell 7 times in one race on Rainbow Road in Mario Kart DS. Thanks for coming by TED Talk on the item stat was a mistake. But that's a Mario Kart DS problem. We're not playing Mario Kart DS. I should make a Mario Kart DS video. I really should. I don't know why I never did. I thought I was going to, and then I just didn't. Probably because at the time, I didn't have, like, my better capture card when I first got it for, like, the Wii U Virtual Console, so... Oh, man, the Wii U. Oh, man, that's right, the online for that's dead now. Not that it mattered, because I don't think you could do online with DS on the Wii U anyway, but... Still, rest in peace. I haven't even set up my Wii U since I got back, because I really don't know if I'd use it before I move back up, so, like, what's the point of unpacking it? Also, the traction debuff from the blooper actually kind of messed me up there. I keep forgetting the blooper nerfs your traction in this game. I keep forgetting it does that, and it messes me up every time. What cup are we in? Are we in Leaf Cup now? I think so. I think Wario Stadium's the first track in the Leaf Cup. Yeah, we're in Leaf now. Sherbet Land. This is the one I actually kind of like. I hate N64 Sherbet Land with a burning passion. That's another, like, Mario Kart 64 track I'm not a fan of. Double Dash Sherbet Land, on the other hand. This track's fine. I think this track's cool. I quite enjoy this track. I think the layout's goofy. Music's fun. I mean, we have skating Shy Guys. How can you not like that? Oh man, I love Shy Guy. Shy Guy's such a goofy little guy. I like all the weird Mario enemies. I'm just kind of realizing I like all like the really like weird Mario enemies. Like, I mean, Wiggler, Shy Guy. I'm a big what are the things called? I like the Bitty Buggies a lot from Mario World and Mario Land. 3D Land and World, I should specify. I forgot regular World and Land are also games. For a split second there. You know, Bitty Bugs. They're so cute. They're so cute. I like them. They're goofy little ladybugs, and I love them. What other like Mario 3D Land enemies are there that are I think kind of funny? Like obviously like there's the like Tanuki everything, which is kind of goofy. I feel like there's like other Mario 3D Land exclusive enemies I'm forgetting about. Are those like the blooper piranha plants that like kind of give like the blooper effect to Mario Bros? That's a 3D Land thing, right? I believe that's a 3D Land thing. I know they also kind of make a reappearance on Bangkok Rush in this game. And also in Tour, obviously. But yeah, no, they are. Those are a Mario 3D Land enemy, no? I'm pretty sure they are. I remember stages with them. I played a lot of 3D Land when I was younger. And I should replay Mario 3D Land. Like, obviously that game without, like, the 3D slider is a lot harder, I'll admit, and, it's also, I also have this thing called a Nintendo 2DS XL, which, you know, infamously lacks the 3D slider. So, and I think 3D Land's probably, like, really the only game that is negatively, like, strongly negatively impacted by not having it. That I own, that I know of. Like, Mario Kart 7, the 3D was neat, but not necessary at all. I didn't play with it, like, most of the time because I think it would hurt my eyes after a while. I don't know. I was never a big, like, 3D slider, 3D on the 3DS guy. I was a big 3DS guy, though. I still am. I love my 3DS Pokemon. Speaking of the 3DS, Music Park. I remember playing this track so much back when I was really bad at Mario Kart, like 7, when I was getting better, and falling in love with this track. It's a goofy music note track. How can I not like it? I may not be able to read sheet music that well, but I mean, I should specify sheet music with notes, like note values, like A, B, C, that I can read rhythms just fine, but I'm also a percussionist, so, you know, don't be so slack. You know, I'm a musician too. Speaking of which, we got the xylophone, we got the metallophone, we got the tambourine, like all the percussion love out here. Obviously, these are metronome like things. You can hear the ticks. Oh, you don't trick off of that. I always could have sworn you did. Okay, interesting. Yeah, anyway, but I like this track quite a lot. Music Park, my beloved. This is a really, really good track. And anyone who says otherwise is wrong. Anyway. Mario Kart 7 just has so many banger Nitro tracks. Which is why it's just a shame that 8, we went from 7 having like some of the best Nitros in the series to 8, which has like some of the most, has like one of the most mid Nitro selections of all time. And it's just like, how did we get here? I should have held that so I could have gotten something to block the inevitable red shell onslaught at the next box. We're fine. I'm gonna actually hold this. I can get a purple mini turbo there. Dodge the frontal plants. Surprisingly enough, playing this track with Shy Guy so often didn't really mess up my muscle memory for it with this. I guess that's also because this track's the Mario Kart 7 one that I have like a lot of familiarity with, so it's probably not that bad for me to wing this one. Oh, the audio being delayed there really sucks for timing the tricks. My audio I'm hearing being a bit delayed. That's fine. That's probably also going to mess me up with the startup boost, isn't it? Because I'm hitting it when like the 2 goes in my earphones. That's like the exact delay it's at for where it's like optimal. As opposed to, like, waiting for, like, the dude to, like, fade out, mostly. Yoshi Valley. This is another, like, N64 track where I'm like, this one's... I understand why they brought this one back, but I wouldn't hate it if it, like, didn't. Oh, do I remember the fastest path for this track? Because if I don't, I'm going to be in for a world of hurt. I think I do? I think it's this way. I think on the Switch version, the bridge is faster. And I think it's then just this, this, and then you just, yeah, I think that's it. I think that's just simply the best way to do it. I also think running into the egg is a genius decision and something that you should always do on this track. Luigi's also taking shortcuts? No? Why is he catching up to me? I should have a way higher base speed than him. Right? Wait, oh, no, do not drift on that bridge. Okay, apparently the smart CPUs also know the best route. That sucks for me, and I got random redded. I don't know why I didn't just release the drift and just... Oh, I'm not getting booed for once. Okay, cool. Please destroy, like, all three of them. This is fine. This is slightly less fine. No one behind me have greens, please. How the frick did you still catch up with me? Wait, I hit the double box? I didn't think I did. Oh well. Cool. I'm not a big fan of Yoshi Valley. Once you know, like, the best route to take through it, the gimmick isn't really that creative anymore. Like, I think the paths are better balanced in this version, but there's still, like, a clear best one to go down. Ooh, tick-tock clock. We got another certified classic here. This is another really good DS track that I think they did an amazing job with remaking in this game. I think this track is really fun. I think I was gonna too early. No, I wasn't. Okay. I don't know. I really like this track in both DS and this game. It's very fun. It's a very goofy little track. I think the aesthetic change is definitely a really nice thing. Cause I don't think the DS version particularly looked that great, I'll be honest. But I think this version looks a lot better. I also like the hands being trickable instead of like obstacles that you have to avoid. I think that's a positive change. This track's just good. Like, Mario Kart DS had a lot of good tracks in it as well, and this is just... Like, the visuals of this track are just so incredibly good, as they are for a lot of the tracks in this game. It's just the base game. Like, it's so cool. I'm also just sucking at the game, because I'm looking at the background and just now realizing how cool it is. This track also is based off of, isn't there a Mario 64 stage? Like a Super Mario 64 stage that's called Tick Tock Clock that this track was originally based off of. I believe there was. I don't know, I haven't played that much Mario 64, so I wouldn't know. Also, my coin got taken as I hit the box, so I got another coin. That hurts. Anyway. Actually give me the double box now, that'd be great. I don't know how I missed the trick off of that, but oh well. I also like the gear section. I like how you glide over it now. I think that's a like nice change, and I think it's... I don't think it like trivializes that part of the track. I also like these cogs at the end that you can like get speed boost off of. There's also a banana hidden right after one of them that, honestly, good on the CPU that pulled that one. Ugh. What track's next on our wonderful adventure? Ooh, remember how I said I liked Piranha Plant Slide a lot? Well, we have another very good track up our sleeves. it is 3DS Piranha Plant Slide. Is this game's Lightning Cup really good? And I'm just now remembering. No, there's got to be like an absolute stinker in the third slot. There's no way this is a really good one. There's got to be like a retro I don't really like that much in the third slot. Otherwise, I feel like I would remember this cup being super good. I feel like there's got to be something that I'm not that big of a fan of in the third slot of this truck cup for me to like just... What could it be? What is it? So I know the last track is N64 Rainbow Road. What's the other one in this cup? Some N64 track, which actually makes it harder. Is it a double dash track? What double dash track would it be? It's not Yoshi Circuit, that's in the Egg Cup. Why do I use that? No, I'm just gonna get another coin. Oh, it doesn't matter. Is it a double dash track? Or is it a Wii track? No, I don't think it's a Wii track. There weren't that many Wii tracks in the bit. Oh no, it is. It's Grumble Volcano. That's why I don't like this cup that much. Because I'm not a big Grumble Volcano fan. I remembered, it's Grumble Volcano. Like, the one Wii track, I'm like, why would you bring this back over, like, half of the others? I can't be as bad anymore because literally every single one but Toad's Factory I complained about not being in the game over Grumble Volcano got added in the Booster Force Pass. Which I say, Toad's Factory better be a comeback in Mario Kart 10. Like, they just have to. They just gotta bring back Toad's Factory, you know? They just gotta. Okay, I don't know what it is about the pipe tracks. I just like the pipe play tracks. You're freaking kidding me. Am I about to get Mario Karted? Well, yeah, if I make that mistake, absolutely. Oh, I got even worse Mario Karted. I didn't even know. How did he have more speed than me there? Well, that's frustrating. Especially since I think if I didn't hit that card word there was a non-decent chance I'd beat the blue shell. Yep, Grumble. I'm not a massive fan of this track. I think it looks cool in this game, but I'm still not the biggest fan of it. That time I was too early. The thing is, I'm trying to anticipate it to be earlier than it actually is, and now it's messing me up. I'm recording, I probably sound like an idiot because the timing's so easy, but I can assure you my audio is slightly delayed. So the timing's not what it should be. Like, you probably noticed me doing the timing a bit late earlier. That was me doing it when I was hearing, like, the audio cue. Because I use the audio cue rather than the visual one. Anyway, what do I think of Grumble? I mean, I think the concept of the track falling apart as, like, the race goes on is cool. I think the volcano aesthetic is cool. I just think the layout's kind of whatever. I'm not like a super big fan of its layout. That's really only my real big problem with it. I'm just not like a very big fan of the layout of the track. My mushroom's gone, that's sad. is okay. I'll have to check that when I'm done with this race. Anyway. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I'm not getting rid of it again. I'm just gonna turn my Discord into Do Not Disturb at this point. Also, that was a very weird Mario Kart physics moment. Anyway. Bad Luigi. Okay, cool. I feel like that's pretty symbolic. The end of the era of Luigi. No! I swear to God. I swear. Okay, he's not close enough. Yeah, that works. Anyway, on to the final track of the original Mario Kart 8. N64 Rainbow Road. If I was playing the Wii U version, this would be the end. But we have to do this 2 more times. So, it's not the end. And honestly, I might split the session into 2. I might do the first 48 in one session and the next 48 in another. Because it's currently like almost 9, and I don't know if I want to be up for another, presumably, 2 hours until 11 to do this. Or if I think at that point I would just want to keel over and just stop talking. Because I've been trying to talk as much as I can for this entire, like, playthrough. I mean, obviously I'm trying to focus on the tracks a little bit, but obviously me talking and playing a combo I'm not used to playing on these tracks is not exactly the best combination. But at the same time, it's Wiggler on Wild Wiggler, so I mean, I think the coolest points of that. I literally just released the edit button as that got stolen from me, so. Also, apparently the CPUs aren't that smart either, so we're good there. I have a mushroom in first. Unfortunately, I don't really think there's any shortcuts left in this part of the track, so that's unfortunate. I just cannot keep my items this race. Oh my goodness. That's like the 5th item this race the Boo's stolen from me, or like the 3rd or 4th, or like it. That's still pretty crazy. So I just realized I am superheating my water. Water. It tastes so good. Yoshi Circuit. I skipped the intro cutscene. I forgot I was supposed to not be doing that. This track's awesome. Anyway, moving on. I know I didn't really talk about N64 Rainbow Road, but that track's also pretty cool. But GCN Yoshi Circuit. Where do I begin with the absolute beautiful track that this is? This track is so fun to drive. Like, oh my god. Like, you would think, like, the shape, a track in the shape of Yoshi cannot possibly be that fun. I digress. The developers of Double Dash also thought so, and we got this beautiful, just beautiful track. And it is just so good. Such an amazing track. I'm actually going to hold on to this mushroom, dodge blue, the blue that's incoming, I just noticed. Oh, I timed that one too late. And I lost the mushroom immediately after anyway. Anyway. God, this track's so fun. Like, really, again, like, the only part that sucks is this one. This one straightaway isn't even that bad. Because it's not even that long. Nor is this one. Nor is this red shell I'm about to eat. How the hell is Wendy that close to me? Well, I suppose I did get blue shell. So that's fair. If there's any track in this game I think I should be able to just absolutely lose the CPUs on, it would be this one. Oh, Blast just threw a blue. God damn it. Please let me get to the finish line before it gets to me. Well, I was going to. Then the lightning had to happen. Actually, I'm still gonna make it. Okay. The blue ended up not mattering. That's such a good track. And now we go to probably the worst Wii U DLC track, Excite Bike Arena. It's a giant, elongated oval with trick ramps. That's it, that's the track. Oh, and technically there's 4 layouts to this track, so the ramps are just in different layouts every time. I don't know if it's like different layouts or the layouts are just spread across the track in a different manner. Because I swear this normally isn't here in this like the layout. But yeah, no, this track kind of is really boring. I kind of find it fun, but at the same time, it's just an oval and you just click the trick button. That's really all there is to it. You know, I think the only thing different about the ramps is where they're placed across the track. I mean, this track's fine, but at the same time, it's just straight lines. If you get a mushroom, you're at such a massive advantage. My phone just went off. And it wasn't Discord, so I don't believe. Oh, I'm getting blue shell. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's very cool. That's incredibly cool. It's fine. Somehow I have a massive lead. Despite the fact this is probably the track I'd say I'm least confident in beating the CPUs on, because it's just you just click the trick button. That's all the track really is. It's fine. Dragon Driftway is next, I think, right? Yeah. We get a real certified banger. Oh my god, that is a newsflash and I have to open my phone to. Oh my god. Well, anyway, we have Dragon Driftway. This track is so cool. This track's so cool. This track's so fun. It's really good on 200 as well. It's I know this is 150cc like ranking thing, but this track's so fun. I love this track. Oh man, it just drives so well. Like the designer's hooked with this one. Is all I'm going to say. Whoever designed this track, let them cook. Like, let them cook. Like, just at that point, just give them the entire kitchen. Let them cook. Sorry, there's funny things going on in one of a server I'm part of right now. I don't know if it's funny, but it's definitely entertaining. It's a pretty interesting discussion, to say the least. Hey Luigi, time to screw off. Wendy has a banana, but she dropped it. Actually, Wendy's gonna get blued, Wendy's gonna get blued, Wendy's gonna get blued, Wendy's gonna get blued. David Luigi's gonna get blued. Sorry, it's hard to keep track of the race when I'm just watching, like, things unfold on the sidelines. Oh man. Okay, but genuinely that's a fun track, but what the heck am I reading? Okay, I see what I'm reading. Oh, Mute City, another very, very, very fun track. Is awesome. So let's get on with it. This is the ending of the fourth to last cup of this segment. We got the boost panel section, very fun. This is another really good 200 track as well. Again, I know this is 150, like, ranking technically, but I love this track at 200 as well. This is a very fun one. Very chaotic, but it's a very fun track. I mean, if Nintendo's not going to give us more F-Zero, giving us an F-Zero themed track that is this awesome and this fun is probably a close second. Alright. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I like this track. I think I like Big Blue more out of the F-Zero tracks, personally, but this is still a very, very good track. There's just so much detail in these, like, original Mario Kart tracks. I'm just now realizing. Also, I've kind of broken away from the scene. My coin got stolen at the worst possible moment. I'd already clicked the button. Whoops. It's fine. Double box here. Do I hear a blue? I do hear a blue. Bill? Where did that... I don't even know what hit me. Oh geez, everything's just going downhill now, huh? I missed the double box. I think I'm screwed here. Whatever. I mean, that's a good track. That's another cup down. 3 more to go. So this is the track that comes after. Wii Wario's GoldenEye. I have a love-hate relationship with this track. I think this track is cool. However, this track also hates me, so I don't know what to think of it. Let's see if it hates me today. Hopefully it doesn't. I'd really like it to not hate me today. Because I like this track. I really do. But at the same time, I also hate it because it hates me. So I don't know what to say. I really don't. As a result, it is one of my best tracks in the entire game because just played it so much because I'm just like, I want this track, I want to mitigate the damage that my bad luck in this track causes. Usually against CPUs it's not as bad, but when it's against human opponents in the slightest, yeah, you best believe I'm getting my butt handed to me. Also, what was that interaction with my card? Sure, like, that's a thing that can happen apparently. Getting a new item here. Ooh, blue shell. But I actually have a horn to counter it. Awesome. That doesn't happen often. Whereas Goldmine Gods don't hate me today, I guess. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. That's exactly what I expect. It won't stay this way. I know it won't, but... You know what? At least I got... Well, I missed the item box, okay. Okay, never mind, this is starting to go badly. One of them my fault, the other one just the game. I don't think... I think... Okay, I didn't even get the trick, that's fine. I escaped Warriors Goldmine without anything bad, therefore I think I will rank it highly. You know what, it can have a pass for its misdeeds, but I will still mention them. SNES Rainbow Road 2? Not SNES Rainbow Road 2, oh my god, just SNES Rainbow Road. It's not Rainbow Road 2. They made SNES Rainbow Road 2, but it's not this. This isn't Mario Kart 7. This track's fine. I think it's fun. I don't know if it needs to be brought back into another Mario Kart game, but sure. It's iconic. I'll give it that. It's fun in Mario Kart 7 too, so... Oh, I didn't know the Thwomp's knocking could not literally knock you off the track. Do I just not get to have drafts in this game? I'm also not drafting with a green shell. I thought I'd make it under that Thwomp. Oh well. Guess I was wrong. Got the double box. Okay. That was not my best Smash Rainbow Road performance. I kind of had to be quiet and trying to focus on what I was doing, but I don't know. I think Smash Rainbow Road is a bit overrated, but I don't think it's awful. Like, I definitely think it could be... There's worse Rainbow Roads they could have added to this game. Oh, Ice Ice Outpost. Yeah, let's go. I like Ice Ice Outpost. I think this is a fun track. I think the shortcuts on this track are pretty hard, but I think the main route is pretty fun. Oh, I didn't even notice they were chopping the ice ground. That didn't sound good. Oh, maybe Luigi's taking the shortcut. Speaking of hard shortcuts... No, I drifted too wide to go for it. Okay, Luigi's getting blued. I think in that case I hold this. I don't know why I just stopped talking all of a sudden. I need to keep talking so I can actually keep this interesting. Ice Ice Outpost, good track. But I feel like I've just said that to cover my butt for not talking multiple times now. Anyway, moving on to... Hyrule Circuit? Yeah, okay. As someone who has never played The Legend of Zelda, who does not really care for The Legend of Zelda that much, in general, although I do own a Zelda game, I own Wind Waker HD on Wii U, and I probably should play it or something. Oh, there's Shy Guys! Okay, this track's awesome. I do like this track. I genuinely do like this track. I don't understand like any of the references other than like Hyrule and the song and rupees. Sorry, Link. I can't take credit. Come back when you're a little richer. I love how Zelda CDI is like half my experience with the Zelda franchise. That's probably not a good sign. Oh man. That's the only reason I know they're called rupees. There's also the cool thing with the Master Sword. And thankfully one of the CPUs hit the second one that I missed. So that's awesome. I'm not actually getting the double box here, so that using that coin was a mistake. Oh yeah, even the coin item gets retextured with the rupee on this track too, which is really cool. I love how they do that for these tracks. Animal Crossing has the same thing. Where the coins are the are bells from Animal Crossing, which is a cool little thing. Okay, that got opened immediately after I passed it. That's unlucky. This track's cool. I respect it. Again, I don't understand a lot of the things on it because I don't play Zelda. And I'm probably going to die for saying that, but it's true. I've just never really played Zelda. I know there's like 2 good Zelda games on the Nintendo Switch, at least 2, and I haven't played either of them because I've been too busy playing Mario Kart and Splatoon and this game called Pokemon. Don't forget Pokemon. Pokemon is another... Okay, that's just me being stupid. I can't believe I missed the third one there. I'm gonna make sure I get this double box. Welcome to Mario Kart. Oh my god. Oh my. Yeah, that's just me playing bad combined with a welcome to Mario Kart moment. I haven't gotten truly Mario Karted yet though, which is nice, but it's bound to happen. 2 cups from it. Baby Park. F tier. I'm not saying anything further. I think the track looks goofy, I respect the goofy atmosphere, but playing this track sucks. Playing this track is not fun. I do not enjoy Baby Park. I think Baby Park is bad. I think Baby Park should be... I think whoever made Baby Park... Okay, I stand corrected. Baby Park in Double Dash is perfectly fine. Baby Park in this game... Whoever made that decision, go straight to jail, do not collect 200, do not pass go. I think I mixed that up, but... Do I look like someone who plays Monopoly on the regular TV? Oh my god. This is a certified Mario Kart moment. Blue's in the air. Goodbye, lovely Bon Koopa. I know someone who likes you, but you're not my biggest fan. Or I'm not your biggest fan. I've got the Wigglemeister for that. The Wigglemeister 9000. That sounds awful. You know what? We're going to ignore the fact that I just called Wiggler the Wigglemeister 9000, and we're just going to not discuss that ever again. Okay. I escaped that somehow. I'm now 1 point short of 600. That's funny and also annoying. Cheese Land. Oh my goodness. This is a friend of mine's, I don't know if it's his favorite track or just a track he thinks is really funny. But I've played this track a lot. You'd think I'd be sick of it. I think this track's really fun. I also think Cheese Land is a funny track to begin with. It's nothing like the original GBA version. This version is completely different. But I do think... I think that a lot of the changes they made to it, like, you trick off the... Sorry. You trick off of the cheese holes. That's so funny. And so awesome. The music is also really good. Like, Cheese Land is just a fun track. I like this track a lot. I don't know what the general consensus of it is, but I like Cheese Land. I think Cheese Land is a very cool track. And it's not even the best Game Boy Advance remake they put in this game, because there's one better that they put in the DLC. Let you see if you can figure out what that is. I'm also referring to the 8th DLC, I'm not referring to the Booster Course Pass. I keep forgetting this game has technically 2 paid DLCs, the original 8's paid DLC and the Booster Course Pass for 8 Deluxe. The 8 Deluxe Booster Course Pass for $25 is more than worth it, I would argue anyway. Like, doubling the track count in the game and getting yourself the best character in the entire Mario franchise, plus like 4 other losers that nobody cares about. Worth $25. Easily. Like, who cares about Funky Kong? Like, what has Funky Kong done to be cool, other than be the best character in Mario Kart Wii? Everyone loves Funky Kong Flame Runner, am I right? Am I right, guys? I think it's funny, because I think Daisy is still, like, a meta character in this game. I think Daisy has, like, Yoshi's stats in this game, so... Daisy gets to be meta in both games. Good for Daisy. Except Mario Kart 7, where I think Metal Mario was meta, if I'm not mistaken. What was it? It was like Metal Mario, it was what, Metal Mario B-Dash or Red Monster? I believe they were called the Red Monster tires in Mario Kart 7, not the Hot Monster like they are in Mario Kart 8. I believe they changed the name. The traction debuff is ruining me. Oh, this is actually way closer than I would like it to be. Oh, they must have all pulled mushrooms and took the shortcuts at the end. That got scarily close. Anyway, what's at Cheese Land? I genuinely don't remember. Is this Wildwoods Animal Crossing? Yeah, this is Wildwoods Animal Crossing. Wildwoods. I used to not like this track very much, but I kind of like it more now than I have before. I guess I've come to, like, enjoy its gameplay. I thought it was a pretty boring track. Well, but I like it a lot more now. Okay, it's got the downstream section I've always enjoyed. It's just the rest of the track I'm not sure if I like that much. Like, I don't know how much exactly I like in this section. Like, it's fine. But, like, I don't know. There's, like, a big boardwalk, which, it exists. The rest of the track, I think, is pretty fun. It's also quite a short track. It does also have Shy Guy on it, so I can't argue with that logic. If your track has Shy Guy or Wiggler on it somewhere, it's probably going to be bumped up. Like, it's going to get a few brownie points from me. Like, just saying. Because I usually have a habit of liking, like, the goofy Mario characters. Then again, Shy Guy was also, like, a prominent enemy in, the Mario vs. Donkey Kong series. And I like the later entries of that series, especially, like, I played a lot of, I believe Miniland Mayhem was the 4th game of the series, but it was the 3rd game, like, of, like, the mini Mario, like, section of that series, which people tend to not like. Like, I remember when the remake got announced for the original, I was upset, because I actually kind of like the later entries. Again, that's probably just a me thing. Like oh, I'm so nostalgic for this game I played as a child and really liked. I don't know, I always like the Shy Guys. Maybe that's also why I like Pauline as a character a lot, because I'm used to seeing her a lot, like, even before Odyssey came out. Because obviously, again, the Mario vs. Donkey Kong series, she's in all of them. She's, you know, as with the original Donkey Kong arcade game, she do be getting kidnapped by a giant monkey. And I mean, it's an amusement park this time. It's not just New York City. So that's pretty cool. I never understood the hate for the Mario vs. Donkey Kong mini Mario games, personally, but regardless, I think Wildwoods is a fine track. I don't think it's the best. It's amazing. It's one of the weaker DLC, like Mario Kart Wii 8 Wii U DLC tracks, definitely, but it's not that bad. I still think it's pretty decent. And then we get to Animal Crossing. We're playing the spring variant because there's actually a variant for each season of this one. This track I thought was fine. Once I played Animal Crossing, I gained a bit more respect for it. The goofy little villagers. Oh, we got Rover. Oh, we got Poppy. Oh, Poppy's such a cute villager. Oh man, we got a lot of the villagers whose names I don't remember. Peanut's on my Animal Crossing island. This track has become so much more, like, cute to me now that I've actually played the source material. Static. Oh, I still want Static on, like, an Animal Crossing island at some point. Static's so cool. There's KK Schneider. Oh, was that Francine? Is that what that rabbit villager's name is? Rossetti. The man himself. There's the Able Sisters. Oh man, I just realized I'm doing the thing where I'm not talking anymore. There's also 4 seasons of this track, and they all have slight differences. Like, obviously the fruits don't spawn on the winter version. There's the snow people on the snow version as well. I'm trying to think what are the other differences. Besides the aesthetics and the music, I believe is also different between the... Yeah, the music's different between the 4 versions. This is the spring version, which I think is typically, like, the default. Right, this is the spring and not the summer one, right? Maybe this is summer. I genuinely don't know. No, I think this has got to be the summer one, right? Because wouldn't spring have, like, the pink trees? Or is that summer that has the pink trees? And there's the Animal Crossing music at the end. Alright. There is only one more cup to go through for this section, and we have another absolute certified classic, Neo Bowser City. This is one of my favorite tracks from Mario Kart 7. I love this track so much. I mean, obviously Mario Kart 7 just has so many good tracks, I mean. How can you not like Mario Kart 7's Nitro tracks? They're all so good. Well, the majority of them are. There's a few stinkers, Cheap Cheap Lagoon being one of them, but other than that, Neo Bowser City. I like this track quite a lot. I think this track has a really cool aesthetic, and I also think its layout is really, really fun. I don't feel like I hear a lot of people saying they like this track. I feel like I also hear a lot of people complaining like how, oh, this section's kind of, you know, tight and all that, like tricky turns and all that, but I don't know. I think Neo Bowser's a cool track. I quite like this. I don't know. I've always liked the music. I always thought like the aesthetic of it was kind of neat, like a city for Bowser. You know, I think it's a cool track. I would love to see like Neo Bowser City like get like officially recognized in like a different piece of Mario media for like a Mario game. I would love if like a Mario like RPG game like actually went to like the Neo Bowser City. I think that would be so cool, and I really hope. But again, with Alpha Dream bankrupt, I don't know. Oh, such a shame. Such a shame. Mario and Luigi, truly one of the series of all time. Oh man, I'm gonna play Superstar Saga. I own Superstar Saga and Partners in Time on the Wii U Virtual Console. I bought them before the Wii U Virtual Console went down. I just ran into a banana, but I've heard they're such good. I've heard Mario and Luigi are very good games. I would love to play that sometime on like stream or something. I think I played a little bit of Superstar Saga at some point, but I don't remember much about it. Other than there was like one really annoying like minigame that I didn't like, but oh well. Point is, please make an RPG like a Mario RPG or like Mario like game location based off of this track. It would be so cool. It would be really cool. What's the last retro in this that we're playing? The best GBA remake in this game. Ribbon Road. I love the like room aesthetic tracks. Like the track is in a room. Also, they've got the mini Toads from Mario vs. Donkey Kong. My childhood. And they also got Mecha Koopas as well. Which I don't think we're really enemies in that franchise that much, but I like Mecha Koopas. I think Mecha Koopas are a goofy enemy that they don't use enough. I just like a lot of the really goofy Mario enemies, don't I? I think I've stated that fact like multiple times in this video, but like, it's true. I like bloopers a lot. I think bloopers and Cheep Cheeps are pretty funny. Who else? Fuzzies. Oh my god, Fuzzies. Fuzzies are like just a silly little guy, and I love him so much. Again, I mentioned that I like Bitty Bugs a lot. I know that's something I've mentioned. I just like the silly Mario enemies. Like, I'm sorry. And that's probably like why like Lemmy and Iggy are my favorite Koopalings, because they're like the crazy ones. Like Iggy is always doing something stupid in his like in his appearances. And Lemmy's just got like giant bouncy balls that he just throws around everywhere. It's so funny. I mean, obviously Wiggler. I mean, look at him. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this perfect specimen. The striking image of just a goofy little guy. Who I came to love after he was put in Mario Kart 7 as a playable character and everyone made fun of him. Or like, not made fun of him, but like, why would you put Wiggler in this game over like Waluigi? And I'm just like, I think Wiggler's a fun addition. It literally was like the same thing with, what Pokemon do I really like? Klinklang. It was the same thing that happened with me with Klinklang in Pokemon. It's just people always hated on them so much that I just grew to love them more and more. Specifically, again, in the context of why is he in the Mario Kart 7 roster. I don't think most people actually hate this guy, hate Wiggler. I think Wiggler is a pretty likable Mario enemy. I mean, he's got appearances in all sorts of, like, Mario spin-offs. I think he's, like... am I thinking of Island Tour, where he's, like, shopkeeper for some things in Mario Party? Is that just Island Tour? I feel like that's gotta be in other Mario Party games. Oh man, Mario Party Island Tour is a video game that exists. Anyway, we are on to Super Bell Subway next. This is a track that is, kind of hard to play, but it's very... I like this track quite a lot. It's also got, you know, cool subway things, graffiti things. It's got destinations. It's got references to Yoshi Valley, to Music Park. It's got a map. I also like how Yoshi Valley and Music Park are like right next to each other, and I think they're like right next to each other in like up order too, I believe. There's a glider ramp up there? Oh yeah, there is. I completely forgot the route up there had a glider ramp. Oh boy. Okay, I'm going wide. That, I don't think that thin little sliver that I would have to work with on that side is worth going for. It's also a cool, like, mushroom cut. I think if I get, like, enough of a mini turbo boost, I don't know if that, I don't think that was worth it. I think if I jump that gap in the right way, it would be, though. But I want to just throw this back. I think so. I get the double box here, right? Yeah. Oh god, not the blooper traction nerf on this track. Okay, he's on the outer rail. I'm fine. Nope, I'm getting Mario Karted. Yippee. I played the track perfectly fine. I don't think I hit a train a single time, and I still got third, because that's this game. That's Mario Kart 8 Deluxe for you. But finally, Big Blue, one of my favorite just tracks in the entire game. It's such a... Again, I don't know what it is with the water current tracks. They're just so fun. This track's just so fun to drive, and the music is an absolute banger as well. I held that purple mini turbo for a long time, but it was worth it. Wait, no. My audio's delayed, so I'm singing along and it sounds awful. I forgot about that. That's still a problem that I have to face. Why'd I use that? That was stupid. Anyway. There's some cool shortcuts that you can do here. I'm not feeling confident enough to do them right now. I should probably learn, though. I should learn more shortcuts in this game. Getting blue... I forgot that getting blue in the cannon does... Oh, that's such a massive time loss. I should have just stayed before the cannon. I need to find some way to catch up here. Alright, baby Luigi. I'm coming for you. Double banana. I think I'm fine. Unless I get bomb sniped? What? What the hell? What the hell are these CPUs on? Man, I am not as good at this game as I once was, is what I'm learning. Anyway, that's half of the tracks in this game. I know, only half. I've been here for... Okay, that's cool. Good to know. Anyway, yeah, let's just look at my stats. Yeah, no, I'm still me Bitty Buggy, like, combo, still my most common. Super Glider's become my favorite glider, at least. That's definitely changed. I think that used to be Cloud Glider. But yeah, no. Ugh. Look at these stats, that's crazy. I will get Wiggler to be my most used character at some point, but that's going to take a while to manage. Anyway, I will be back for you in like 10 seconds with the second half of the tracks. But for me, it might be a bit. So, yeah. See you then. Alright, we are back to do the next set of 48 tracks. It's been a few days for me, but for you, this looks like it just happened. And it's crazy. Anyway. 150. Oh, I have to set the thing manually every time. Okay. But here we go. I think this should go in Booster Course Pass order, but we're gonna see if it does the weird order that the regular tracks do. But I don't know. I think that's just the hard-coded order because of the way that they came out. So I think we should be going through waves 1 through 6 in sequential order, in which case, we're gonna start with Paris Promenade, which is a track that exists. Man, it feels so weird seeing how, like, some of the Wave 1 tracks look, and they don't look as good as, like, the later ones. As for Paris Promenade itself, this is, like, not one of my favorite tour tracks. It's not awful, by any means. It's just, I think there's way better tracks. And this is not one of, like, the greatest. I think the layout's a bit bland on this one. I like the flying through the Eiffel Tower thing at the end, which I think is cool. And I also like how they implemented Paris Promenade 1 and 3's layout together for laps 1 and 2. That's another thing. I like the tour tracks doing the lap change on like different, like the lap changing thing. Personally, I believe that was an amazing way to handle like the multiple layouts for each city track. And I also think it adds a lot of variety, although it also makes the tracks a lot harder to learn, so there's that as well. And it can also be really confusing for newer players. But I think once you get the hang of like the lap changing, it's really fun and it benefits the majority of the tracks it's on. There's some where I'd say if it was just one of the routes from Tour, it would be a much better track, but those examples are few and far between. Yeah, as you can see, that's Paris Promenade 3's route there, and Promenade 1 goes around here. I like how they did that as a split path here. And I believe coming up... Yeah, lap 3, this changes... You can see that's not like the arrow objects, that's a ramp, because the layout changes on lap 3 to go to Paris Promenade 2's layout, and I think the part where you go backwards along the track is super cool. I like this part, because it means I can just get bullet billed randomly, well, I think all the CPUs have passed me. And again, obviously you get the option to go on Paris Promenade 3 or 1's route backwards as well. I'm somehow in second now. I don't know where Pauline came from, but okay, sure. Anyway. I don't know. I'm stupid and I just lost the first race. Anyway. Never mind. I'd win. Anyway. I don't know, I think Paris Promenade's fine. It's not my favorite city track. I mean, obviously we all know what those are. We'll get to them later. But I don't hate it. I'm a big fan of a lot of the city tracks in Tour, so... Obviously, I might have some more positive things to say than most people would, but... And then we get the 3DS Toad Circuit. I think this track is pretty solid. However, I must admit, it's also like a first track of the Mushroom Cup course, so the decision to bring it back to the Booster Course Pass is one of the first tracks. It baffles me, especially because this isn't the first track in the first Cup. If this and Paris Promenade spots in the Cup were switched, I would understand this a lot more, but it's not. That's what the weird thing is to me. I feel like this Cup tries to be like a beginner sort of Cup, even though the base game already had 2 of those. And the fact that the beginner track isn't the first one in the Cup, which is really weird. I think Toad Circuit's a pretty fun beginner course, though. I mean, obviously it's pretty simple, there's not much to it, there's obviously the pipe shortcut at the end, which is in, like, what, 3 consecutive Mario Kart games first tracks now? Luigi Circuit did it, Toad Circuit did it, Mario Kart Stadium did it, Boomerang Flower did it, the whole 9 yards. Regardless, I must also admit, this track is one of the most egregious cases of the Wave 1 tracks looking awful kind of thing. Case in point, the grass is just a light green. Like, the grass is not grass, that is just a light green. Like, someone just used paint bucket and made the texture light green and called it a day. Like, I will not admit that this track doesn't look bad, it does. I like Toad Circuit. I think Toad Circuit's a fine track. I enjoy it. Again, is this my, I played Mario Kart 7 for like 500, 600 hours bias coming in? Maybe. It probably, who am I kidding? It probably is. But, again, I will admit, this version doesn't look the greatest. I think it still plays fine. This is another really fun 200cc track as well, which I feel like there's quite a few tracks in Wave 1 I feel like kind of give that. There's another track in Wave 1 that gives that energy to me as well. Choco Mountain. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'm not a big fan of this one. I'm not a Choco Mountain fan. I do like that they turned the straightaway into a glider section. I think that was a good change. But I didn't like this track in Tour, and I don't like it in this game. I admit it has its fun parts, but I don't know, that was too early. I forgot about the whole, like, audio delay thing, so I'm trying to account for the startup boost, and I was too early there. I tried to do it by visual cue, but the visual cue is the same. It's just the audio, which I'm guessing is because of, like, the encoder, it's slightly delayed. I'm just guessing due to how, like, audio encoding works with OBS, I'm presuming that's why it's delayed. I think I probably could plug it directly into the capture card and have no audio delay issues, but then I'd also, not have the microphone I'm currently using, so, my item box got stolen. That's wonderful. Again, I don't know, I'm not a Choco Mountain fan. Especially, like, in this game. In Mario Kart 64, I think Choco Mountain is a really funny track because of just how broken that track is. But in this game, it's just, like, it feels really different from the original. And while I think some of the changes were good, I don't know. Like, I think the crystals in the cave look cool. I don't know, I'm just not... I mean, outside of, like, the funny glitch aspect, I was never really a big Choco Mountain fan in the original either. I don't know, I'm just... I mean, it's also... This track's also Mario Kart DS, isn't it? I didn't really like it in that game either. Now that I think of it. For a second this was in Mario Kart DS, I thought I was confusing it with Choco Island 2, which... SNES Choco Island 2, if they wanted to bring that back instead, I would be happy. I love SNES Choco Island 2. I think that's a really good layout for a track. I don't know. I by no means think Choco Mountain's a bad track. I'm just... I don't know. This track doesn't speak to me. Yeah, that's the straightaway here being turned into a glider ramp, though. Nice change. That is a very good change that I'm happy they made. Also, the straightaways of this track in general just feel shorter, I feel like, than in the original version, which is nice. To be fair, the Wave 1 is, like, in my opinion, the, like, no questions asked, like, overall worst wave of the Booster Course Pass. I don't think it's remotely close. It didn't introduce the worst Booster Course Pass track, but it's definitely the worst wave overall. And then there's Coconut Mall. I have very mixed opinions about this remake. I think the remake is fine, except for the fact they took out all the Miis. That does piss me off. As a Mii enjoyer, the fact that the Miis are gone is a bit annoying. However, otherwise, I think the remake's fine. Like, I think the style that they made for the remake, I think it's fine. Like, obviously, it's not, like, the same nostalgia-inducing design from Wii and 7 that I played all the time, but I don't think this remake's as bad as everyone says it is. I like the, like, brick, like, Mario, like, 1-1, I guess, style on the wall there. Again, there's things about this remake I like aesthetically. Like, I think it plays fine. Like, the car's not moving in the last section. It's perfectly fine because, I'm just gonna say, they do in Tour, these cars are massive. Like, the width of this has been reduced. Like, that straightaway has been cut. So the cars moving back and forth actually makes it way worse. So I can assure you that that in this remake, that is a positive change. Again, the car spinning out, I think, is a much better compromise. I'm also going up the wrong path. Whoops. I don't know, I also think because, like, the trick physics in this game, it plays much better than the Wii version does in some parts. Also, Villager. I was getting red shelled anyway, so I had to use that. Anyway. I don't know. I think this remake's fine. I don't think I'd call it as good as the original. But that, again, that might be massive nostalgia bias. Although I think a large part of the Mario Kart community would not disagree with me on that one. Considering the fact that Mario Kart Wii is the second best-selling Mario Kart game of all time. Used to be the best, but then Mario Kart 8 Deluxe had to go on to sell, like, what, 61 million copies? Or something stupid? Like, this game is #1 for, like, best-selling games on the Switch, and it's not even close. Like, no, I don't think #2 is anywhere close. Is #2 still Animal Crossing? It's gotta be, right? I don't think any single Pokemon game has sold that well on Switch. Cars don't screw me. Oh yeah, also the cars are driven by Shy Guys. So, I mean, are they not as good as Mii's? Yes. Is Shy Guy still awesome? Yes. Oh yeah, they also made the shortcut at the top harder, but oh well. We forgot about that. I don't know, I don't think the Coconut Mall remake's that bad. Tour Tokyo Blur. This track, to me, has always just been... It could have been better. And the other worst part about this track is this track on 150cc is not very fun. I'm just saying that now. Like, this track does not feel like it was made for 150. And that's a pretty bad thing, because a lot of the other, like, good 200 tracks feel fine on 150. Like, obviously they're more fun on 200, but... This is a track that plays perfectly fine on 200, but is a slog to play on 150. I accidentally pressed the item button too fast. Oh my god, now I'm getting backredded! But seriously, in what universe should I be able to snake this easily on, like, this track? It's not even just that, again, this track just feels like it was not meant to be played on this engine class. I think it was also scaled. I think this track also was a bit overscaled from its Tour version. I feel like in Tour the scaling wasn't nearly as egregious as this. Again, I could be wrong. That might just be like a misremembering thing, but this again, this track is such a slog on 150, and because I'm ranking this tier list based on 150, like, yeah, this is gonna go pretty low. Like, if it was on 200, it would be a bit better. Still not great, but... And the reason for that is, even on 200, this track just feels like 150. It feels like 200 is like the equivalent of 150 for this track, and this feels like 100. I didn't get the banana out in time, really? Honestly, it feels fitting I would get second on this track. Like, there's not much I can do against the CPUs. I get item spammed, it's just over. Because there's only really, like, 1 or 2 shortcuts on the entire track as well. Like, there's one, I think there's, like, a grand total of, like, 1 off-road cut. And that's it. Like, Tokyo Blur is not a great track. Shroom Ridge, on the other hand. I like this track a lot. Like, I think this track is one of the... I'm just happy they added more car tracks. Because the only car track in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe being Hode's Turnpike was a disservice to how good these tracks can be. And I'm happy that Shroom Ridge and Moonview Highway are both in this game now as much better car tracks than that one ever was. Shroom Ridge is just also a very, like, just fun layout. It's got quite a few good shortcuts on it. This is one of my favorite Mario Kart DS tracks. No, honestly, I did not expect this to be my favorite track of the entire wave when it came out, but it was. And I'd still say it is. Like, Ninja Hideaway is probably a close second. We'll get to that in a minute, but I think Coconut Ball is probably third for me personally, but I don't know, that opinion might change when I make the actual tier list for the next Mario Kart video. Because that's what I'm recording this for. I'm just using this for background footage of all the tracks. That's why my face cam is in this video. Otherwise it would be. But it'd also be really weird if I did face cam, because I would the last recording was before I got a haircut, this one's after. So, like, you would just see, like, 2/3 of the hair on my head just evaporate in between recordings. It'd be so, like, mid-video. It'd be so funny. But unfortunately, the opportunity for that is past. Anyway. I don't know if the car hitboxes can set off the bomb, so dragging this might be a bit risky. Honestly, I shouldn't... Okay. Really? That didn't hit the red. Okay, sure. Usually... I dropped it right in the center of the road. How did the red miss it? Fighting for my life here. Oh my god. Okay, that one I dropped way too early. I got hit by items 4 times this lap. Oh my god. It's supposed to be a 5th! Are you kidding me? This is one of the reasons I don't like this game very much. I feel like second pulls reds way too often, and even with 2 item slots, you pull points so often. It's horrible. I really don't like the imbalance in this game, and on top of that, I feel like all of the ground items have such a big hitbox in this game. Again, I don't know if I'm correct about that, or if the tracks are just scaled smaller so it feels like that. I don't know. Oh, here's one. Sky Garden. I think, personally, this track's fine. I understand why people are mad about it, like, not being, like, that close to the original in the slightest. However, I do feel like this feels like a kind of, like, Mario Kart 8-ified version of, like, Ribbon Road and Cheeseland, where the layout does resemble the original track, like, too closely, like, decently, but obviously there's massive differences. Obviously, I don't think, in some respects, this is as drastically changed gameplay-wise, and more so a change aesthetically. I think one turn might be cut out of the layout as well. I'm not entirely sure. And also, obviously, the aesthetic is completely different. I can understand why people, like, are like, oh, this isn't Sky Garden. Like, yeah, this is a version of Sky Garden. It's a very drastic change from the previous version, but I mean, it is still Sky Garden. I don't know. I think this remake's fine. I don't know. I like this version's aesthetic better than the tour version, which has like which takes on like more of like the gray bricks, I guess. I get that's what like the original texture is supposed to kind of convey, but like the way Tour did it, I don't think it looked good. So I think the orange like road was a good change. Like aesthetically, I think the orange looks a lot better. Of course, that's just my opinion, but I don't know. I think this is a fine remake. I missed the mushroom there. Speaking of mushrooms, that was awful. Anyway, Villager, please get hit by that. I was looking at the minimap to see if he got hit, and okay. Oh, now the metal pipes are falling. Oh, it's all going downhill. I forgot my notification tone is metal pipe sound effect. I should probably change that. Nah, I won't. It's funny. Oh, no, never. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Just decided to be Ferroni showing off his obsession once again. It's nothing out of the ordinary. To be fair, I contributed to this one, so I can't. You know, when I can't even. Anyway, moving on. Ninja Hideaway, one of the best, probably one of the best tour tracks just ever. I think Tour with a lot of like its original tracks that weren't just city tracks. I think it did really well. Well, I mean, I consider Yoshi's Island and Sky High Sundae to be tour tracks, because even though they released 8 Deluxe first, it wasn't by much. Wait, there's a third one. Yeah, no, there's a third Switch track. What's the other one? What's the third Switch track that's they made? Like, the third technically... It was Sky High Sundae, Yoshi's Island. What was the third one that was technically listed as a Switch track? You know, the Sky High Sundae, I forget what the other one was. Anyway. Anyway. Ninja Hideaway, again, as I said, with most of Tour's original tracks, I think they did well. Like, I think Product Plant Cove is fine. Sky High Sundae we'll get to. I'm not going to spoil what my opinion of Sky High Sundae is right now, but obviously Yoshi's Island is fantastic. I think Merry Mountain is a goofy little track that exists. I really am forgetting what the other track, what the other tour track they listed as Switch was. God, jeez, what was it? I know there's 3 of them. It's Yoshi's Island, Sky High Sundae. Oh, Squeaky Clean Sprint. Squeaky Clean Sprint's also... I think the track's also in Tour, but that one feels more like a Switch one to me, because I don't know. For whatever reason, I think, to be fair, it's probably because I didn't really play Squeaky Clean Sprint in Tour like, at all. I don't know. I think Squeaky Clean Sprint's another good track as well. So, I think a lot of the I think most of the original tracks are pretty good. Like, obviously, I digress with a few of them, but especially, I mean, Ninja Hideaway is such a cool track. I haven't played it in a while, which is why I played it horribly, but such a cool track. Is that the end of Wave 1? I think so, right? Man, we already got through Wave 1. Okay, cool. Wave 2 now. Which means it's time for... New York Minute! Right, I forgot this was Wave 2 that they introduced New York Minute in. I like New York Minute, like, aesthetically. I think this is one of the better tour tracks. I like how New York Minute looks. Its layouts... I think 3's is cool. I don't know. I think New York Minute is like the perfect like first tour track, which is why it's really surprising to me that they introduced this. This was like this is like the 4th tour track in sequence in the Booster Course Pass. Oh, I didn't even know you could go this way on this lap. Interesting. Oh man, I have so many like nostalgic memories of like grinding for a high score on this track back when Tour first came out. And obviously there's New York Minute 2, which came out a little while after. I remember the way that we found out that they were doing like variants of like the existing city tracks in Tour was because they internally changed the name of all the existing ones to like they temporarily changed like all the names internally of them to like Tokyo Blur 1, New York Minute 1. So that's how we kind of presumed they were doing new ones, and it turned out to be correct, so... I'm not getting blued. I'm putting this behind me because I'm not risking getting hit by any of that. Red Shell just dodges Villager completely. Sure. Banana he's about to run into just disappears, because of course it does. Alright, Villager. Die. Alright. I don't know. I think New York Minute's layout is fine. Like, it's pretty simple, but at the same time, it's the first tour track. Like, it's the first city track they made, so I don't blame them. I think aesthetically it works. I'm a New York Minute fan. I don't think I'd say it's great, but I think it's good. I think it's a good track. SNES Mario Circuit 3 was Wave 2? Really? I feel like I remember this being Wave 2. I think SNES Mario Circuit 3 is a fun track. Like, did they need to bring it back again? Arguably not. Like, this was in Wii. I prefer this over SNES Mario Circuit 4, though. I'm glad they didn't do that. To be fair, SNES Mario Circuit 4 isn't even in Mario Kart Tour. How is this man pulling reds in first? Can we talk about this? So how good of lines do I have to use? Of course, the one time I screw up is about when I'm about to pass him. Faction debuff of the wave. I keep getting the blooper. Oh my god. I played this race so fine, and now I don't think I'm going to be able to catch up. Red Shell once again just decides, nah, I don't really feel like it. Infinite handling stat. That infinite handling stat on the CPUs is going crazy right now. Okay, perfect. Managed to go wide enough to dodge that banana. Okay. I had to focus on the race a lot there. I didn't really talk much about the track, but then again, there's not really much to say. It's SNES Mario Circuit 3. It's a flat track with a fun layout. I think Mario Circuit 3 is fine. I still like 2 more from Mario Kart 7, but again, that might be bias. Oh no. Calamari Desert. I have a love-hate relationship with this track because I like the way the track's designed. I especially like going on the actual tracks in this version, which I just spoiled, but oh well. If anyone hasn't seen this track, but at the same time, this track, it suffers from a similar problem as Tokyo Blur to me, where it just feels so slow. Like, the layout just doesn't feel like that interesting. It's just like a few giant turns, really. Which is like, okay, fine. But I don't know, I've never found this track super interesting to play. Like, even in 7, this is probably one of my least favorite tracks in 7. Probably one of the worst retros in 7. Like, 7 didn't even do that much with its retros, but the retros still were all, like, pretty solid picks. This is one of them where I was just, like, I wasn't a massive fan of it. Of course I like the train in the desert theme, but, like, just playing the track is... It's not great. Like... Sure... It's got the atmosphere, but just... The track itself is so boring to drive sometimes. Which is why I'm glad the train track driving segment is here, because this actually adds some more variety to it. Tour N64 Calamari Desert 2 was a good track idea. Whoever pitched it should get a raise, I think. And I also think this probably saved the, this version of the track from being, like, really bad. So I'm glad they did that. Okay, also, I'm drifting way further out than I think I was supposed to. Oh, right. That's why. I can't autopilot on this track. I probably played this a lot with frickin' Shy Guy. I'm just underestimating the turns, is all. I almost had him. I really actually got to focus on the gameplay. I keep forgetting about that. I'm so used to a lot of Mario Kart games just being able to, like, autopilot and just kind of like, yeah, I can talk about whatever while I'm playing this. Oh, speaking of peak, Waluigi Pinball. One of the best Mario Kart tracks ever made. It was in Mario Kart DS, it was in Mario Kart 7, it's in this game, and it's awesome in all 3. Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe we have probably like an S or S+ tier track on our hands. And I'm saying that so prematurely, because I don't even know the tiering system I'm going to use, like, what tiers I'm going to make for the tier list. Yeah, so, we will see. But this is such an incredible track. It's got incredible music, even if it is a Wario Stadium version of it, which... Mixed opinions, I quite literally wish they would have just used the Mario Kart 7, like, I would have been perfectly happier with them without ripping the exact file from Mario Kart 7 to use for the music for this track. For the last, here we are. Anyway, I mean, it's Waluigi Pinball. I think this version, like the Tour remake of Pinball, which is like almost identical to the Switch version, is a massive graphical overhaul that I think worked in this track's favor. Like, obviously, am I nostalgic for the more simplistic DS and 3DS versions, which are very similar to each other? Yes. But I still think I think this is overall an improvement. Like, objectively speaking, I think this is probably, like, the best version of the track. I really like I love this version so much. And this track in general is just so fun. And I also love the fact they brought back the item box sounds as well. The custom item box sounds for this track it's a neat touch, but like the little like pinball like sound that happens in this tunnel is just whatever the heck that sound is. It doesn't do that in this version. That kind of sucks. I missed that effect. I don't think it did in the tour version either, but I'll have to get a clip of Mario Kart 7 for the actual video to explain what I'm talking about. Which perfectly fine with me. I will happily play more Mario Kart 7. Are you kidding me? I don't need an excuse to play Mario Kart 7. Actually, I kind of do, because like the one Mario Kart game, it's really hard to play with other people because they all need their own consoles to do so. It's not like the Switch where I can just grab some controllers and just be like, alright, let's play 8 Deluxe. Same with Wii. You can do the same thing with like the console ones. But you know. It's fine. Waluigi Pinball, my beloved. And we're going to move on to the next cup, which, if I remember correctly, I don't like this cup in Wave 2 that much. So, what's in this cup? Is it Daisy Cruiser? No, it's Sydney Sprint. Daisy Cruiser is a different wave, I think. Sydney Sprint's actually a really fun track, though, so, I take it back about what I said this cup kind of sucks. This track, I take it back. I like Sydney Sprint. I'm a Sydney Sprint fan. I think Sydney Sprint 3's layout especially is really good. 1 and 2's are pretty solid as well, but... I like Sydney Sprint a lot. I think it's a fun track. Again, a lot of the later... some of the later tour tracks are really, really good. And I don't feel like people appreciate that enough because everyone always plays like the first few, like, oh, New York Minute's like kind of cool, fine. You know, Tokyo Blur isn't great. Paris Promenade is good, but not amazing. But some of the later ones are so good. Like, I don't know, I think Sydney Sprint is really fun. Obviously, Vancouver Velocity, Singapore Speedway are my 2 favorites. I think Bangkok Rush is fine. Like, that's probably my least favorite of the later ones. Athens Dash is a really cool aesthetic for a track. I don't know how much I like the layout of it, but I think the aesthetic is pretty cool. Rome Avanti, I like Rome Avanti quite a decent bit. I haven't played it a lot, so I haven't really developed a super strong, like, definitive opinion of it. But from what I've played of it, I think the way they handled the theming of it was really cool. Like, really my only complaint about the Boost Course Pass tracks is they did a lot of Europe. They did so much of Europe. Like, obviously, yeah, we had a few things in Asia, but, like, there wasn't much. I feel like there's so many other, like, capitals they could have done outside of Europe that would have been really cool. Like, again, like, Mario Kart Tour had pyramids, and it's, like, it's a loading screen. For such a long time, I don't know if it's still there or not, and yet we never got anything in Egypt, which is really confusing. I would have thought we would have gotten something like Cairo Circuit, but I guess not. Maybe like Giza, I don't know. I don't know, I feel like a track based off Egypt could have been really cool. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me get over this gap. No, I'm not going to get over this gap. I forgot, the turn's not nearly as sharp as I think it is. Okay, no you don't. I would have been so mad if I lost to a red on the line there. But I think Sydney Sprint is a really fun track. Again, a lot of the later tour tracks I'm a pretty big fan of. There's some exceptions, but that's generally how it is. As for GBA Snowland, this is one of my favorite Super Circuit tracks in its original version. And then they made a remake of it that I think is also really good. Like, I like both versions of Snowland. Like, I think they both have their merit. I think I would give slight favoritism to the 8 Deluxe version, but that's just because I've played it more recently, and it's also in a game whose mechanics I like better, because I'm not a super big fan of Super Circuit's mechanics. I don't know, I like Snowland a lot, so when I saw this coming back, I was very happy. I was so happy when Snowland was, like, when this track was announced and it looked really good. It's another, like, GBA track they reimagined really well, and, like, they took the best aspects of its layout and kept them. Like, there's also a pretty big shortcut near the beginning that's in, that's still in, which is really cool. There's this little ramp at the end. Again, I personally think Tour handled its GBA remakes very well. It took what made the original track, like, itself, and it built on it in a way where it was still, like, it still felt mostly like a GBA track, but there was some, you know, elevation differences, the texturing was better, some, like, the unique stage gimmicks were a bit more prominent. And for the most part, 8 Deluxe translated those over really well. Obviously, there's one exception we'll get to later, because a pretty important aesthetic detail of the track was taken out for some reason in 8 Deluxe. It was in the Tour version, but 8 Deluxe it's just gone for some reason, which, sure. It's almost as if that literal feature is in the track's name and you took it out, but... Snowland, I like Snowland. Snowland, very cool track. Did I just get back-righted? I thought I swerved out of the way that... Okay. I need mushrooms here. Neither of those are mushrooms. Does this give me off-road invincibility? It doesn't. And the lightning takes it away. Why doesn't Piranha Snaps give you off-road invincibility? That's really stupid. I genuinely didn't... Two things I didn't know. One, lightning just kills your Piranha Plant. I mean, it kills all items, so that makes sense. But two, really? The Piranha Boosts don't give you off-road immunity. I genuinely didn't know that, but then again, I've also never really done the Piranha Plant item that much, so it makes sense. I just presumed it was just a weaker mushroom boost. Speaking of mushrooms, Mushroom Gorge. This is I honestly, to some people are going to get mad at me saying this. I think this is probably, like, just objectively speaking, this is probably the best version of Mario of Mushroom Gorge out of the three. I think, is it? The mushroom mechanics are a bit wonky, but they're a bit wonky in all of its iterations. Let's be honest. I don't know. Maybe I'll take that back. I think mechanically speaking, this track is a bit weird because the bounce mechanics are really you can let's just say you can tell the track was had to be modified quite heavily to try and be doable with these mechanics in mind. And in some areas it's pretty evident because the mushrooms don't exactly line up quite the best. And again, they didn't line up amazingly in Wii either, or 7, but I feel like this version does the best job of making the left path more useful of any of the versions, because in Wii, why would you ever take the left path? In 7, it's like, okay, there's a glider shroom here, that's cool. In this version, it's not as, elevated, there's still the glider shroom, and even if you don't want to go for the glider, there's still a path on the other side, although I don't know why you'd ever want to do that. I don't know. I think this version is pretty solid. I like this version of Mushroom Gorge a lot. Ooh, I'm gonna get to use this on a blue shell. That's cool. That didn't happen for a while in the first half. Anyway. Oh yeah, I just realized combining these two recordings together and doing the audio mixing is gonna take it's gonna cause this to take a long time to render, huh? I mean, I have a good graphics card, so it shouldn't be that awful. But it's still probably gonna take a while. Oh man. Glider? Yes, sir. All right. Also, presumably, if you have enough speed, you can also like. I know you can do like the gap jump with the mushroom in this game, but I think if you can probably do it while gliding with shrooms as well. I'd imagine. Don't quote me on that. I might be entirely wrong, but Mushroom Gorge is always a good time. There's a lot of Wii and 7 tracks in this, I think. So, in like the course paths, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, we'll get there. Sky High Sunday. I don't really like this track at all. I'm gonna be honest. This is probably one of my least favorite tracks, if not my least favorite track in this entire game. I am not a Sky High Sunday fan. I think the theming is fine, but I think the layout just is not super interesting. Also, in general, the anti-gravity on this track feels super forced, and it doesn't feel like it fits mechanically with the game. Like, this feels like a Mario Kart 7 track they ported to 8, not knowing the differences in mechanics between the two games. Also, there's just a lot of straightaways in this track, so, I don't know. The theming of this track is cool. The actual layout and playing it, not really a big fan. Especially the ending, which is just one giant, like, sloped U-turn. I don't know. I'm not a big Sky High Sunday fan. Oh yeah, also, the posts here are anti-grav spin boosters? Like, why? I don't get that decision, but okay. Yes, mushrooms. Wait, what shortcut am I going to use these on? There's, like, none on this track. Well, at least at 150. On 200, you can skip this entire turn, I believe. But, like, that's 200. Anyway, yeah, no, not really a super big fan of this track. Again, those spin boosters feel really shoehorned in. I don't know, this track just feels like, it feels like Excite Bike Arena, if Excite Bike Arena wasn't just a straight line, it was a slightly curved straight line. And there were no off-road cuts at the beginning and end. Like, that's what this track feels like to me. It feels like a worse version of Excite Bike Arena, gameplay-wise, which is really impressive considering Excite Bike Arena exists. Again, that's just my opinion of this track. You can say other people can say what they want. I don't know. I think Excite Bike Arena is more interesting to play than this track for me. So, I don't know. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Speaking of not a fan, London Loop. I think London Loop's layout, lap 2 and 3 layout are fine, but lap 1 has a lot of very long straightaways and like slight curves that make it I don't know, bit of a slog to play. Again, this track's better on 200. Like, absolutely, this track's better on 200. This is also one of the earlier tour tracks as well. At least London Loop 1 is. I'm gonna be honest, I was just blind there. I did not see the fact that you followed the green shell. Like, this curve, which, I mean, yeah, there's a change hop on it, so I guess it's more interesting, but, I mean, sure. Nothing really better to do with the Fire Flower than just use it there, I guess. I have no coins, I just realized... Oh yeah, that's right, coins affect your top speed in this game. I know that's, like, God, Captain Obvious, but, like, I completely forgot about that. Like, part of their mechanic. I completely forgot 700 hours of Mario Kart 7 forgets coins buff your top speed. I know. I know, guys. I am an embarrassment to myself. I guess it's just because I'm playing so much Mario Kart Wii and there's just no coins in general. And I always just view coins as that one useless item I never want to see in my item roulette. But you know. It is what it is. I guess there's some pretty egregious straightaways, like this one on London Loop 2 as well. I don't know, I think London Loop 3's layout is fine. Right, we go through this stretch again. The dog is loose. The dog is out. I don't know if the dogs plural are out, but I know at least. Oh no, the dogs are in fact out. Oh my god. Oh, they're all. Yeah, the dogs are out. They're. Oh yeah, no, the dogs are loose in the streets of London. And I'm not talking about feet. I should have said toes instead of feet. That just makes me sound weird. As if the whole... If the whole Wiggler thing isn't. Whatever. Oh my goodness. It's fine. London Loop's over. I can get out of here. Oh, does it revert back to London Loop 1's layout for the, like, lap 4? Does every track do that? I didn't notice that. I don't know, I think London Loop's fine. Like, I think the first lap's pretty boring, and lap 2 has its boring moments as well, but I think lap 3 is mostly fine, so... speaking of GBA tracks that they really cooked with remaking, GBA Boo Lake. This is such a cool idea for the remake of this track. I really love it. Like, actually, like, using the fact that it's Boo Lake. And kind of giving it more of an identity than it had over, like, Ghost Valley and Banshee Boardwalk. Which is a welcome addition. I just flat out drifted the wrong way there and I couldn't recover. I just didn't figure out how to recover in time. That's... The item box didn't respawn in time, that's fine. Oh my goodness. Another thing I also haven't really considered, like, with, like, Mario Kart, like, why, like, coming back to this game has been a bit frustrating for me. It's also entirely possible because I used to play with lightweights with, like, some of the smallest, like, hitboxes in the entire game, and I'm now playing a heavyweight with, admittingly, a pretty large, like, I went from playing with the Shy Guy standard, like, S to Wiggler on Wiggler Buggy. Like, that's a pretty massive hitbox size change, so... I guess it just feels worse than what I'm used to. I had a boomerang, I could have stopped that. I noticed too late, because I'm like, oh, I got a mushroom first, I'll hold on to this. Alright, now we gotta play the game of Snipe Pauline. We gotta assassinate the mayor of, New Donk. Task failed. Dear God. Oh yeah, she's gone. This is, you know what? Perfect. I was hoping Villager... How was he not close enough to get hit by my horn there? Like, come on, he's right there! How did the Super Horn not hit him? Whatever. Point is, Boo Lake Fun Track. I love what they did with it. I love how I'm starting to commentate more of just the races now instead of, like, the tracks themselves. Oh, Rock Mountain. This is a track I loved in Mario Kart 7, and I do love it in this game still, too, of course, but... Oh, my Mario Kart 7 bias is really going to be shown when this tier list comes out, isn't it? I am not hiding the Mario Kart 7 bias allegations. But, I mean, I wouldn't want to. Mario Kart 7, my beloved. A game I still haven't made a video on this channel, and I really should. I wanted to back in like 2016, but I lost my cartridge, which, funnily enough, is the reason this channel died for, what was it, 2.5 years? Yeah, I lost my copy of Mario Kart 7, I got sad I couldn't make Mario Kart 7 videos, and I just lost all interest in the channel. For literally 2.5 years. If you want the story as to why the channel was inactive for 2.5 years, that's why. In fact, the channel's also been inactive for like a few months now, but that's more understandable because, college and the fact I've been trying to increase the quality of the videos on the channel, although I've kind of realized that, like, I'm perfectly fine with doing the unedited Let's Plays because, I don't know, I feel like that's something I'm really, like, I love doing. I just love sitting down, playing a game for a long period of time, and I feel like, and I also love just listening to, like, long uncut Let's Plays as well, like, just in the background while I'm doing things. So that's, like, kind of, like, the reason I make these videos. Like, that's the reason I made these in the first place was initially because I loved watching them, and I just wasn't that good at editing. And even though now I do have made some more edited videos that I think were nice, there's something about just the Mario Kart Time series as a whole that just is so appealing to me to make. Like, I just love, like, just sitting down, playing some Mario Kart, you know, giving, like, shenanigans ensue. It's just... And also, next Mario Kart Time is Mario Kart Time episode 50, for the record, so... Which is crazy to think about, because... Mario Kart 48 I did as a live stream. I didn't originally consider it. Oh, like, that was, like... yeah, I feel like that counts. I don't know why I called these videos Mario Kart Time, and honestly, I don't know what I'm gonna do for 50. Honestly, I think a perfect, like, 50th episode special would be to actually just finally play Mario Kart 7 on the channel. I think it'd be really cool. I should do that. Yeah, well, I'm spoiling it here now in this recording, but yeah, no, Mario Kart Time, Mario Kart Time 50 is gonna be me playing Mario Kart 7. And you are going to see me play my absolute favorite Mario Kart game for the first time in the channel history. I've always wanted to play more of the Mario Karts in the series, and it's really just been 8 and Wii, and I think 1 or 2 episodes of Tour as well, but... I'm also just gonna real quick check my hard drive space to make sure I have enough hard drive space to record this. Oh yeah, no, I'm fine. I have 50 gigs. I should probably dump things on my hard drive at some point. Gotta remember to do that. Anyway. Enough of that. Oh, speaking of Mario Kart 7 nostalgia, Maple Treeway. Look! It's him! It's him! He's still on screen! I just realized that you can't see the motion that I'm making with my hands towards the screen right now, and I look like an idiot. But... it's fine, no one saw that. It's fine. Anyway, this is the Wiggler track of all time. As such, 1, I love this track, but 2, I loved it before Wiggler was even one of my, like my favorite Mario character of all time. Maple Treeway, this track. Again, I didn't like the Tour version of this track as much. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe version took the Tour version and made it so much better with, like, the texturing being better. Like, the tree bark texture on this with, like, moss looks a lot better than the, Core version did, which kind of made it look like the tree was just had grass on it. Because, like, the entire road had, like, the moss texture at the side of it, not just, like, parts of it. Like, and I don't know how much I like that on the, like, that bridge there. But again, I feel like the, like, addition of patches of moss and, like, the, realistic, like, better wood texture made this track so much better in this version. Maple Treeway is such a... it's a certified classic Mario Kart track. Like, there's good reason they brought this back in multiple Mario Kart games. And obviously, I mean, come on, we have Wiggler, we have the boys. the elusive wiggler in its natural habitat. Nice, pseudo lightning dodge there. I have nothing to defend that ride with. Oh my god, I got Walgreened? Oh my goodness. I also just realized that Walgreened sounds like Walgreens, and that's kind of funny. Besides the point. Anyway. Aha! You fools! I have greens of my own! Welcome to Redstone. Chester desperately hopes he didn't green himself. The movie. I messed up at the end. I had a chance to win that. Yeah, that was rough. Mario Kart at the beginning of lap 3 couldn't recover. That's just Mario Kart for you, though. Admittingly, I don't like how close Villager is to my lead, though. I have a 44-point lead after, like, 5 4.5 cups, 5 cups, and I don't like it. Oh, so we're in Wave 3 now, right? Yeah, Berlin Byways was Wave 3. Speaking of newer Mario Kart tracks with good layouts, Berlin Byways, for the most part, I like. I'm not a big fan of Berlin Byways 3. I feel like the lap with the cars is a bit cramped. But otherwise, I like Berlin Byways layout a lot. I think it gets better as the laps goes on. I think lap 3 is the worst, or lap 1's the worst. Lap 2 is fine, and then lap 1's the best layout of the 3. I also think it's funny that Berlin Byways 2 was the first of the 3 Berlin Byways variants to get to be introduced in Mario Kart Tour. For the longest time, we had Berlin Byways 2 and not Berlin Byways 1. And it was really funny. Actually, no, right, lap 1 goes through this part. This is the lap, this is Berlin Byways 2 segment. Die Funky. Anyway. This is not Funky's game anymore, chat. We are here for... Oh my god, I just said chat. That banana hit me through all 3 of my revolving greens. Okay, sure. Alright, here we go. The car segment. But longer. I don't know. I think I've grown to like this track more as I become more used to it. I guess the main reason I probably didn't like the car tracks in this game is because the only one that existed prior to the Boost Course Pass was, again, Toad's Turnpike. And Toad's Turnpike sucks. So compared to Toad's Turnpike, this is significantly better. I don't know how much I like it. I don't know. Berlin Byways has never been my absolute favorite tour track. I like Berlin Byways 1 a lot. 3 is fine to me. 2 is okay. The 1 section is really awkward, but the rest of it's pretty cool. But no, the last lap here. This is, in my opinion, the best lap of this track. Another blue in the air. Oh my god. Oh yeah, we got the womps in the Berlin Wall. It's so funny. Yeah, that's right, guys. The Berlin Wall is in Mario Kart. Communism is, in fact, the fall of the Berlin Wall is canon in Mario Kart now. That's right. That's right, history nerds. What now? Actually, I think that's right. Good for them. But besides the moment, I think it's funny how communism is canonically canon in Mario Kart now by this track. That is so funny. Are you kidding me? What is this, Mario Kart Wii? Mario Kart DS. What game is this? Why am I getting blue 3 times? This isn't Mario Kart 8 Deluxe anymore. This is like some 7 blue shells on DS Rainbow Road type of garbage. Speaking of Mario Kart DS, Peach Gardens! I don't know how I feel about this version of the track, like, doing away with just the giant hedge blocks and making them more interesting. I mean, obviously, it's an improvement, but it's a weird change that I'm not exactly used to, although I do think lap 3 on this track is very fun, as you're going to see soon. Yeah. I quite honestly like the remake they did with this track. And I also think it's really cool they incorporated the Peach Gardens reverse layout from Tour into this version as well. Like, really, like, I like a lot of things they added, like, from the Tour versions of these tracks, like the mechanics that from Tour they added to this. The Booster Course Pass, I think that was a good addition. I really hope pulling through the red shell at me. She did not. I was hoping that would destroy it because she was carrying it behind her. But... Oh, and now I'm getting bumped. Okay, sure. Sure, game. Sure. I see how it is. Anyway. Yeah, we're still in Wave 3 of the Booster Course Pass, no? I believe so. Weird to think that Wave 3 was I played, that was the Mario Kart time I uploaded, last December. December of 2020... Was that December of 2022? Yeah, that would have been December of 2022. Jeez, that video is over a year old. Wave 3 has been out for over a year. That's... really weird to think about. Heck, Wave 6 has been out for nearly half a year now. Maybe it has been out for half a year. I forget when it released. But anyway, lap 3 of this version. Lap 1 and 2 are, you know, same old usually, but with, you know, the hedges are cooler. But on lap 3, you go back here. You drift too tightly for the corner by accident. And then you drive the last segment of the track backwards. Isn't this cool? But it actually gets even cooler because of the way they like made the backwards route through the hedges. Because you just get to glide over the hedges on the way back, and I think that's really cool, because now the Luigi statue is facing you, and he's waving to you, because Luigi's a awesome guy. And here we are at the beginning again! Don't get eaten by the chain chomp. I would argue this is a very... I honestly didn't care really for Peach Gardens that much before this version came out, but I really like it now. Alright. Sorry about that, I had to take a quick call, but anyway. I also just realized I don't actually have much time left to record for this segment, so I'm gonna just try and get through Wave 3, and then I will have to make another cut. So yeah. Anyway, Merry Mountain. I talked about this track earlier and liking it a decent bit. I still do. I think this track is very, very fun. Some could say I think it's merry. That was a bad joke, but this is one of the funniest tracks that exists in the entire franchise to me, because they were just like, okay, but what if we did the thing with the train from... I'm unpacked. Anyway, as I was saying, it's almost, it's like, they were like, what if we did the thing with the train from, oh my god, from N64 Rainbow Road, but we made it a sled train, and we did another track themed around Christmas. And that's such a stupid idea, but it's so funny that it exists. Oh, so this is not even seasonal in the slightest, because it is currently May, but, you know... Actually, you don't. Anyway, let me try to recover from my blunder and wombo combo incident on lap 1. Now, shall I? Let's try and get an item box. Let's also take the top route and pray that we don't get run over by the train. Or the game can just be like, no, collision doesn't... What's collision? What's that? Screwing you over, that's what it is. Ooh, I almost got bombed. I got green! And I'm about to get bombed again! I will admit, this truck doesn't play the best. To be fair, I also probably suck at the game, and I'm also now watching the clock because I just realized there's something I have to do in like half an hour. Oh yeah, that's right, a glider ramp spawns here in the later laps. I completely forgot about that. How am I in first? When did... Huh? Sure? You know what? I can't argue with that logic. Yeah, look, we got the top path. Oh, that's right, there's a second trick ramp there. I forgot about that. Whoops. I don't know if that was there in the tour version. That might be a thing that isn't there in the tour version. The path might be slightly different, so I didn't remember it like that. Oh, I get in first. Finally, free from the shackles of hell. And then the game's just like, guess what, sucker? Here's another blue. Straight back to the underworld you go. And it's just like, thanks, Mario Kart. Thanks for reminding me that this is, in fact, Mario Kart for the Nintendo Switch, and not, like, I don't know. You know what? That was just a not okay game. I did not enjoy that. You know what? My opinion of Mary Mountain might be slightly less after that race. I'm now realizing that track doesn't exactly drive the greatest, and also I got Mario Kart on it, so therefore, just like Wario's Gold Mine, straight to the bottom it goes. I'm kidding. Oh, anyway. My favorite track of all time is now on screen. So yeah, I got that going for me. Where do I begin with 3DS Rainbow Road? Come on, it's the Solar System as a track. And it is the final track of my favorite game. Its music was my intro and outro music for the longest time. Actually, it still is my outro music to this day. I don't use my outro as often as I used to, but it is still my outro music. Because, I mean, I love this track. Obviously, as a kid, I liked space a lot when I was younger. Before I, let's just say, got a little too curious and decided to Google, to learn how black holes work. Like, you know, the cosmic ones. And I ended up giving myself recurring nightmares, and that was the end of my space escapades. But I still like this track. Because I used to think, like, the planets and solar system were really cool, and that's, of course, when I got this game. So, I figured that stuck with me. Too late again, really? Okay. Sure. Anyway, here we go. These boosters don't make the noise like they do in Mario Kart 7, and it also mildly infuriates me, but I don't know. I think this is a good remake. I think it looks cool. Again, will it ever top the original? I don't know. The original's so nostalgic to me, so it would be really hard. But regardless, this is my favorite track in all of Mario Kart. Like, that is not a debatable fact to me. I remember when I first played this when it came out, and I was so happy that it was in the game, and I thought, this has got to be the peak of the Booster Course Pass waves. Then Wave 5 happened, and I was proven wrong. Anyway, I will once again have to take a break, but I will be back hopefully very soon, and we will continue our escapades through Waves 4, 5, and 6. But Waves 1, 2, and 3 started rocky, but I think the tracks overall got better as we went on. Did Wave 4, 5, and 6 continue that trend? Stay tuned for my live reaction opinions and also commentary on this stupid game. coming in like 5 seconds to a YouTube near you. Alright, and here we go with the final stretch, the final 6 cups. Yes, the final 6 cups of this game, and we are starting with Tour Amsterdam Drift. A track I honestly forgot about. I forgot Amsterdam got a city track for a moment. This one's okay. There's some laps of it I don't like. We'll get to that when we get there, but I mean, we have Shy Guys at the beginning, so that's a good start. Anyway, I mean, we glide over a train track and we go into some windmills. This track's goofy. I like this. I do actually quite like this track. I'm not a big fan of the underwater layout for it. I think the underwater layout of Amsterdam Drift 2 is a bit bland. But I think 1 and 3's layouts are fun. Especially 1's. I like the windmill section. I think that's very cool. The trolley does in fact bonk you out. Okay, noted. I thought I could avoid that, but that is just me being stupid. I haven't played the game for 2 hours, but apparently I forgot how cars work. Not the ones that I'm driving, but the larger ones. I think jumping out of the water with the currents to go off boats for tricks is a neat thing. Again, the tour tracks have some cool ideas. The execution of them varies heavily, and some tracks just don't have any, really, which is unfortunate, but I don't know. I think the city tracks are a nice addition to the franchise as a whole. I feel like I've said that before, but probably at some point in this video, but I don't know. I think the city tracks are cool if they are done correctly, which I think most of them are. I think the majority of them are both like somewhat accurate to the real place, on top of like having like the Mario like feel to it. There's some that fail horribly. Tokyo Blur. Ironically enough, the Japan track, I think, is one of the worst ones at conveying the atmosphere it wants to. I forgot that turn existed. That's one disadvantage of the switching paths. I don't know. I think Amsterdam Drift's cool. I don't think it's one of would I say it's one of the better city tracks? I don't know. A lot of the city tracks in my mind are like good because they have one layout I'm not a big fan of and like 1 or 2 I like. Which is kind of the case for Amsterdam Drift, but I think it's a solid track. What's next on our list of destinations? Oh, Riverside Park. I love this track so much. I don't know why, specifically, GBA Riverside Park is a track I really enjoy playing, but again, the Game Boy Advance and SNES Super Mario Kart and Super Circuit both have some good track designs. They're just trapped in games with horrible mechanics. So I'm all for remaking some of them. Now, there's some of them that should stay dead, like, I don't know, Stats Mario Circuit 4, but I think like just this Booster Course Pass and just regular Mario Kart 8 in general are proof that you can give a lot of new life to like the SNES and Game Boy Advance tracks, especially the Game Boy Advance tracks. Obviously, a lot of them got remade in this game, and I think it's really cool to see Super Circuit getting its tracks like reimagined in a 3D space, considering that they're, well, their initial designs are sprites. Like, it's literally just an image with maybe some track hazards on it. I think it's really cool that they're getting reimagined in this way. Outside of, you know, just translating the image to a flat plane in 3D and just calling it a day, like a lot of the previous games did. Now, frankly, my love for Riverside Park actually began with the Mario Kart Wii custom tracks, actually. I'll admit it, but I did enjoy this track in Super Circuit as well when I had my brief stint with Super Circuit a while ago. So there's a star behind me, and I am in first. That is concerning. Rachel. 2 mushrooms lined into a banana. That's wonderful. And now I'm getting comboed. Truly, Mario Kart is a game that never changes. Questionable use of the mushroom there. Ooh, blue shell. Uh-oh. I think I'm gonna have to time this dodge to get first. I did time it correctly. I didn't control the speed from it at all. So I'm still not gonna get... Please give me first still. I didn't deserve first after that one. Like, I dodged the blue, yes, but... I screwed up that so bad. I screwed that up so bad. Regardless, Riverside Park. Love this track so much. The ending section's a bit stupid on 200, but that's also because the CPUs have infinite handling, so they can just take the turn as tight as they want. Wii DK Summit. This is a track I was surprised they brought back, because I didn't know how they were going to do half-pipes, but, they found a way to do half-pipes. I don't think it's awful. Like, I don't think it feels as great as it did in Wii, but... Then again, Wii's mechanics were also really different, so... I think, considering the circumstances, I think they brought this track back in a really good fashion, so... Yeah, let's get on to it. I remember when this track came out in Tour, I was not the biggest fan of it, just because I guess this track didn't really lend itself that great to Tour's mechanics, I don't think. Aside of its trick variation, which I really enjoy the trick variations of a lot of tracks in Tour, just because I think they attribute themselves well to what Tour does best, which is obviously tricking for combos, which really only the mound section on this track normally is really good for. Because keep in mind, in Tour, you auto-trick, which is really... weird? Yeah, the half-pipe ramps, they just turn your gravity and turn you into anti-gravity and just let you, like... I don't know exactly how they work mechanically, but I think they function, like, well enough. I think they do what they should do. So, I don't really have any complaints there. Anyway. It is also kind of fitting that there's finally a Donkey Kong statue on DK Summit instead of the Mario statue of Mario Kart Wii. Like, admittingly, don't know why that decision was made. That feels a bit disrespectful to our Lord and Savior Donkey Kong, but... he got his revenge. There is now a snowboarding Donkey Kong statue on this track, and I think, personally, that's awesome. You gotta go, like, right on what the turn is, and you can, like, cut that corner really tight with the half-pipe. I also know you can do the double shortcut in this game, but I haven't practiced it, so I'm not going for it, even though I think it's, like, really easy. So yeah, excuse me for being stupid, but... it also means we get to play this awesome track longer, and also another lightning. That's wonderful. But I really don't have enough speed for any of those tricks. And now I'm getting breaded. Okay. Now, let's see if I can do this. But right here? No. That's not how you want to do it. It's fine. Okay. Another retrack down. There's, I think, still at least one or two left, which... it's funny how many Wii and Mario Kart 7 tracks they put in this game, but... I mean, it's what the people are nostalgic for, so... target your audience, I guess. Anyway, moving on to the next track in sequence, we have... Yoshi's Island. This is where the original tracks the Booster Course Pass started introduced actually became good. After whatever Sky High Sunday was supposed to be. Oh yeah, that has custom Yoshi music too, because of course it does. And obviously we have Stilt Guys, because Stilt Guys are awesome. And their feet are apparently larger than you think. I didn't think his hitbox would be that big, I'm gonna be honest. Alright. Let's not get Magma Geyser here. Alright, Link. Die. Anyway. I went too high. And the CPUs are gonna hit it. There's a flower there that you can hit to take a shortcut path at the end, and you can hear it activate there, but I unfortunately flew too high. That's fine. We're getting to the tracks I've actually played with Wiggler now, because I think I played Wave 4, at least on like Mirror, I think. Or 200, one of the two, I played in the last Mario Kart episode, the stream. That I did of Wave 5, because I hadn't done Wave 4 yet, so I played it then, after, you know, peak Mario character was introduced into the game. I once again missed it. Dang, I've got to get better at hitting that. Ooh, but one of the CPUs hit it, so it doesn't matter. And then you get to go through the goal ring that happens at the end of the Yoshi Island stage, and it's cool and it's awesome. And then you miss the mushroom and get eaten by the piranha plant in one fell swoop. Because of course you do. And then your lack of traction makes it so that your sudden loss of traction caused by the blooper that makes it so that your next turn is not the way you expected it to be. Single item coming up, right? Oh no, there's a double box. But I only got the single. Well, that's bad for me. That once again was too high. It's gonna get hit right after I get below here, isn't it? No. Okay, that's fine. I need to get better at hitting that. But anyway, the good news is I think I can start going on autopilot now a lot easier. So like I said, I wasn't really able to before. Right, I'm not in sync with the song. But anyway, it's Yoshi's Island. It's music. It's awesome. That track is so cool. It's such a funny track. I don't know exactly how much I enjoy playing it, but the aesthetic I respect. It's also got the Yoshi coins too. Oh, Bangkok Rush! Remember when I was talking about like some of the city tracks that I thought were like okay? This is one of them. Never been the biggest fan of this one. Oh no, I think some of its layouts are fun. I'm just not a huge fan of it. Anyway, this first section we get boats, which you can trick off the oars. Because of course you can. Makes logical sense. I don't know, I don't dislike that part of the track that much. This part's also fine. You kind of go through like a market area. I'm just describing the tracks I'm playing. Oh, and then you go through this area, and oh, at some point, I was talking about. I remember this when I was doing the like regular Mario Kart 8 tracks. I was talking about the like ink spitting piranha plants from Mario 3D World, or not 3D World, 3D Land. They were in 3D Land. My bad. Yeah, yeah, they're on this track, which I think is cool. I also like this route a lot better. I think this is this 3? I want to say this is. I want to say this is actually Bangkok Rush 3, because I believe 2 is the one that goes on like the market tents. I'm also getting blued at an inopportune time. I just land to the ground safely so I don't lose a ton of time. And there is also boost packs here. Yeah, this has got to be Bangkok Rush 3. Because in Tour, obviously, each route was its own track and had its own, like, name. But yeah, speaking of the, oh wait, no, that's at the end of this lap, right? Oh yeah, this has got to be Bangkok Rush 2. We go through the same area again, but this time we go this way. Yeah, we get to, like, the parking garage, and then we get onto a bunch of, like, tents on the outside, and... we bounce on them. I'm kind of glad that that's like a more unique than just a glider section. I'd like to see that. Wait, are the ink spinning piranha plants not... They're not in this version! What the... No! They've been replaced! That kind of sucks. they would throw oil slicks on the track. It was cool. I'm kind of upset that was removed. Honestly, I might bumps it down a little bit in my head, because I was actually kind of excited to see an enemy from Mario 3D Land. I know they removed it. I mean, I understand why. It'd be really annoying, because obviously if it's, like, cycle-based and all that, I don't know. Like, I get why it was removed, but it's still a shame, because it was a nice reference. Oh, here we go. Another one that I really like. DS Mario Circuit. This track got a really cool remake, and you might have noticed something in the in the forest area there. I don't know if you saw it, but you know, this was one of my favorite tracks of Mario Kart DS, DS Mario Circuit. This is actually in the Star Cup. It's actually one of the harder, like, it's the only Mario Circuit I believe in a Mario Kart game that's in the Star Cup that isn't like the Super Nintendo Mario Circuits, because those don't count. But yeah, no, this is I like this track quite a lot. I like it a lot in DS. I like it a lot in this game. Obviously, it now has a massive overhaul with a forest area in this game, and I think that gives a lot more atmosphere. Also, there's Wiggler sleeping over there. We'll see him in a few laps, though. I'm getting one shells. Not gonna invincibility frame yourself out of that one. I hit third. Okay, and yeah, the track ends with these really tight turns, and I don't know. I always found them really fun in Mario Kart DS to go around those turns. I always found it really fun. This is a track I always liked and wanted to see come back, and I'm super happy it did come back in this game, because my first experience with it was obviously Mario Kart Wii Custom Tracks, as were most retros, but then I played it in the original game on the Wii U Virtual Console, and I really enjoyed this track. So this one's definitely ranking highly for me. I really like this track. Like, a lot of the Mario, like, just in general, Mario Circuit tracks are typically relatively good. Like, there's, again, like, outside of, like, SNES Mario Circuit 4, which is pretty bad. It's just SNES Mario Circuit 3, but worse. And then, obviously, SNES Mario Circuit 1 is just a circle. But usually Mario Circuits are pretty good, and this one is no exception, although I, like, never hear anyone talk about it, I don't believe. Like, whenever I hear people talk about, like, Mario Circuit tracks, I feel like it's always, like, Mario Kart 7's Mario Circuit, which... or 3DS Mario Circuit, I should say, which... yeah, no, that's probably the best Mario Circuit ever, but... I don't know. Also, he's out and about. There he goes. Warning, my opinions may or may not be biased by the appearance of Wiggler on said track, but only slightly. I'm not that biased, as put a terrible track way up high on the list just because, you know... oh, Wiggler's in it. Anyway, very fun race. I dodged the blue at the end by finishing, so that's cool. I still don't have a 100-point lead over second yet. Jeez. I am slacking. Actually, to be fair, you only gain 3 points per race at maximum, so yeah, I guess that makes sense. Waluigi Stadium. I don't know how I feel about this one. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't hate it, but I was never the biggest fan of this track in Mario Kart Wii, and I'm not exactly the biggest fan of it here. I don't think it's bad by any means, but it's just... I don't know. Not the biggest Waluigi Stadium fan. I do like how, like, the corners are more rounded now. That is a big change from... I didn't pull out the red enough. Fast enough. Oh man, I was hoping I could throw that plane. It's probably just faster to snake through the middle of this section now. I don't think the boost... I don't think... oh yeah, well, obviously this one is, because you can do this if you get the trick and don't phase through solid matter. Oh, there's no boost pad there. That's right. Moving right along. I don't know. I think this is better than the Wii version of the track. I'm still not the biggest fan of it, I think, is my final opinion. I like the inclusion of the tires from GBA Mario Circuit in the mud. I think that gives it the stadium vibe. which is nice. Oh, those tires stop you dead in your tracks. Okay. Once again, phasing through solid matter, I see. Wiggler is just apparently a god, I guess. That's the only explanation I can come to. Bow down to your wiggly overlord. You know what? I kind of realized that I should stop talking about Wiggler in such a way. However, he's my favorite Mario character for a reason. He's so goofy. And for those of you asking, what happened to Luigi? Luigi's still number 2. Like, don't get me wrong, Luigi is awesome. But Wiggler is just... I don't know. What started as me defending my favorite Mario Kart game has turned into me now liking the Caterpillar from my favorite series of all time more than, or one of my favorite series of all time, more than I like the Player 2 from my favorite series of all time. Or one of them, again. What did you... You know what? I'm not even surprised. Mario Kart works in funny ways sometimes. Oh, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Peak has entered the chat. I don't know why I just said it like that, but Singapore Speedway. I named an entire Mario Kart time episode I Love Singapore Speedway. And I think the entire, like, for most of it, I begged for this track to come into Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And here it is, and it did not disappoint. This track is awesome. It was one of my favorite tour tracks when it had one layout. And once it got its second and third, yeah, that stayed the same. This track is still, as always, amazing. This being the Singapore Speedway 1 layout. I believe we go to Speedway 3 next, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, right, because Speedway 2 is the one with the conveyors. And that's lap 3. Here we go. I thought the red shell was coming for me and I just wasted the super horn. That's a shame. Okay, now I'm just playing that again. I have no excuse that I've played this track with Wiggler many a time. Here we go, my favorite lap of the 3. Singapore Speedway 2, my favorite layout of the 3. This is the one I love the most. Although I actually think 2 and 3 are kind of spliced together in this version, which is perfectly fine with me. Oh yeah, they are, because we immediately go into 3 here. Saving myself the time by not, tumbling down from the sky, getting target shots. You know, yeah, this truly is a certified Mario Kart 8 Deluxe moment. Okay, yeah, my hitbox is just bigger than I... Really? Okay. Oh, now he's gonna draft me. Yep. Yeah, take that, loser. You don't beat me on Singapore Speedway. I don't care how close that was. Villager is not taking this from me. That is a very good track. Apparently, I'm not used to Wiggler's hitbox. I'm handling stat there because I think the strat I was trying to do there would work with a thinner, like, with a bike. Does not work with the Wild Wiggler, unfortunately. Athens Dash, are we in Wave 5 now? Or is this still Wave 4? I want to say this might be Wave 5 at this point. Is this race 33? Yeah, this is Wave 5 then. Okay. This is one of the most unique of the city tracks because obviously it has such a different aesthetic to most of the other ones, which, you know, all have at least, like, some semblance of, like, you know, like, modern city architecture. And then you just go to Athens Dash and it just looks like straight out of, like, ancient Greece because, well, quite a lot of it is. And I think that's such a unique aesthetic, like, cool aesthetic change from the rest of the game, and I don't know, it was off-putting at first, obviously, but I've grown to like this track a lot more over the, like, over the past, like, 6-8 months. How long ago did Wave 5 come out? Oh god, it was last summer, it was almost a year ago now. That's crazy to think about. First past Wave 6 has been out for almost half a year, which is also crazy to think about. I don't even remember what Athens Dash layouts each lap takes because this track was introduced in the tour like a decent bit after I like stopped playing as regularly. And trust me, I play tour a lot, which is another reason as to why I probably like a lot of the tour tracks as much as I do, because I've just played them so much and I actually like do like them. And now they're in a proper Mario Kart game, I can enjoy them even more, and it's been amazing. Anyway. See, now we go into more of a, like, housey type area. But it still looks a lot different than the other city tracks, obviously. I like how instead of residential, I just said housey. Yeah, fluent English speaker right here, guys. I definitely know what I'm saying all of the time. Yeah, anyway, as I was saying, yeah, no, this is definitely a very, very cool track that is growing on me. I don't know exactly where I'd place it on the tier list if I had to ask right now, but that's for me in the future to figure out. I will have to go through the list and just place things where I see fit, and just that's what this footage will be used for, you know? That'll be more edited here. Okay, Daisy Cruiser's Wave 5. Okay. I thought it was earlier. Oh, the Shy Guys in the table. Look at them move. This is another track that was also in Mario Kart 7. That, you know, Mario Kart 7 being Mario Kart 7, this track was good. I like this track. I don't like it a ton. Again, Mario Kart 7. I do like the use of the buoy Goombas from Singapore Speedway in this track, though. There's just a lot of like creative reuse of like assets from other tracks in the Booster Course Pass as well, which you might call it creative. You might say like, oh, that's kind of unoriginal. Why wouldn't they make original assets? It's like, well, obviously they're doubling the track count in the game. And also, most of these tracks are ported from Tour in some capacity, so like. Again, I think Mario Kart Tour was a interesting idea. Again, obviously the game didn't control the greatest. I don't think Mario Kart Tour is as bad as everyone, like, a lot of people said it was. Like, I get why, like, yeah, mobile game, like, gosh mechanics, pay to win, and all that. Obviously, but it's a free mobile game, it's what you expect. Again, I never paid a dime for the game, and I enjoyed it a lot. Like, I played, I think, over 700 hours in Mario Kart Tour. I have more hours in Tour than I do in this game, which is really, really funny. But that's what COVID will do to you, I guess. I just played a lot of Tour because it was something, you know, I could just relax and play if I was just, like, laying in bed or something, you know? Didn't have to, like, track out the Nintendo Switch. It was just on my phone. So, I don't know. I think Tour gets a bad rep. I think the Booster Course Pass is kind of proof that Tour was at least useful for this Booster Course Pass, as well as the city tracks being cool new additions to the series. I do believe that the next Mario Kart will probably be Mario Kart 10, considering that I think Mario Kart Tour is kind of, with the addition of its tracks into the console games, I think Tour is solidified as Mario Kart 9 in my eyes. And I'm also hopeful that Piranha Plant Pipeway does in fact come back as a retro track in Mario Kart 10. Because that's the only tour track that didn't get in this game, and it's a dang shame. But Daisy Cruiser is fun. It's what you expect. I didn't even take the underwater route one lap. That's lucky. Moonview Highway. Another one of the car tracks that they added in the Booster Course Pass that is way better than Toad's Turnpike. I actually like this version, I think, about as much as the Wii version, if not maybe like a little less, because so obviously this track's built to be pretty difficult, and the way the cars are in this version makes it, I would argue, significantly easier, but then again, I also think that's kind of a good thing, because the Wii version is a bit brutal at times. I also think the changing boost pad layout in the second half here is a welcome addition, although it's not the same as it was in Wii. It changes every time you play it. There's a few pre-defined booster layouts. I think that's a nice addition that gives more variety to the track, and honestly, I'm all for it. Obviously the cars are all the Toad's Turnpike cars, which reminds you of the atrocities committed by Mario Kart 8 itself, and not by the Deluxe Booster Course Pass. It's nice to see the bomb cars back, though. The bomb cars being back. If the bomb cars were not in this version I would not like this version as much. Also, the Shy Guys operate the toll booths. I mean, come on. I mean, how can you not like Shy Guy? Shy Guy is awesome. Anyway, I'm about to get ready to... Oh, I'm about to get blued. Oh, I did have enough invincibility frames. Let's go. The heavyweights giving more invincibility frames. Strat pays off. It's paying off dividends. Let's go. Let's go. Moonview. Oh, I was about to get blued again. Jeez. I'm starting to wonder if Mario Kart Wii really has that many blue shells, considering the fact that I've played a bunch of this game, and it just, especially recently, it just feels like there's so many more blues in this game than we ever had. Like, I feel like in Wii, I was always getting, like, around, like, one erase, if any. In this game, it's, like, always one or two. Like, maybe zero sometimes. Oh, Squeaky Clean Sprint! This is the track where the infamous moment occurred. I'm not playing the clip, but the clip will be played when this track is mentioned, in the video, but anyway. This is a cool original track. I like Squeaky Clean Sprint. Squeaky Clean Sprint. Jeez, the name's so hard to say. I like this track a lot. I think it's cool. I don't know if I like it as much as Yoshi's Island, but I definitely like this track more than I like... Well, Sky High Sunday, obviously. Sky High Sunday is boring. This track actually has a lot of cool things about it. Oh wait, I just turned smart steering on. Whoops. Hold on. Anyway. Villager. He's not going to die. We're not going to get the shortcut. The toilet's not going to spew dinosaur water out. Villager's going to be dumb and throw his only protection behind him. Unfortunate for him. I don't know, I think this track's cool. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Ribbon Road, which is also like another real-life track, and despite the fact, you know, you would think like the idea of a bathtub or bathroom would be less appealing. I think they did a great job with this track. Again, when we were told about the Booster Course Pass, we were not told we were getting any original tracks, we were just told retros. So the fact that they actually kind of did pull out a few originals, even if they did make their way to Tour, fair enough. This track doesn't feel like it's a Tour track as much as Sky High Sunday did to me, because, well, I think this track remained exclusive to 8 Deluxe for a bit longer. Oh, this is going to cost me significant time. Anyway, I don't know, I feel like this track didn't stay in Tour as much, and also this track doesn't work as well in Tour as it does in this game. Unlike Sky High Sunday, which I feel like works a lot better in Tour, this track and Yoshi's Island don't. They work much better in 8 Deluxe. This is why I feel like they purposely made it so that Sky High Sunday would come out in 8 Deluxe first, so they could advertise it as a new track, even though it came to Tour like 4 days later. And again, it felt way more tailor-made for that game. Whereas I feel like Squeaky Clean Sprint and Yoshi's Island are tracks they made in 8 Deluxe and ported to Tour. Because again, they feel made for this game. I was about to say, if that blue shell, me landing on a bounce with that blue shell is going to make me lose that race, I was going to be upset. Anyway, Villager is struggling, which is a good thing to see. Anyway, what's next on the agenda of tracks to cover? Because again, the later waves got significantly better, and I think that these cups are like proof of that. They're real stinkers. Anyway, Los Angeles Labs. This is another one of the later-ish Tour tracks. I don't know. I like some of the layouts of Los Angeles Labs a lot. Los Angeles Labs 2 is my least favorite Tour layout of all time because it's arguably just like gameplay-wise and visually the most boring Tour track to exist. We'll see it coming up. I don't like Los Angeles Labs 2 at all. Especially in Tour, I didn't feel like it played that well. 1 and 3 are pretty solid, though. Which, we're playing 1 right now. And 3 is pretty obvious as well. 2, oh my god, Los Angeles Labs 2. I'm going to complain about it so much when we get to it. It also feels fitting that we have representation for the east and west coasts of the United States of America in terms of tracks. Anyway, we are now on to, I believe, LA Laps 3 next. Yeah, we're going through the stadium here. Something, something, baseball, something, something. I don't know. I don't watch baseball. I'm gonna be honest, I couldn't even tell you what the Los Angeles baseball team is. Yeah, anyway. I like LA Laps 3's layout quite a lot. We're, I think, driving it backwards, yes? Compared to what it was in Tour? But here we go. Now we get into LA Laps 2, and it's just... yes. Oil. I think. Well, I'm presuming so, judging by the giant... yes, we got American power lines. Hell yeah. Look at this. This is... It's Isn't this just beautiful? I mean, listen. Does it represent America? Yes. Is it the worst part of America? Yes! What's next? We're gonna make a track called, just... Nuclear Power Plant? Actually, wait, no, that'd be France. Also, Villager's gonna beat me because I got Mario Karted, because, of course! Of course. Getting Mario Karted is always a fun time. Again, if LA Laps 2 didn't exist, that track would be so much better, but alas, it does. Oh boy. GBA Sunset Wilds. A really good remake. Again, I could say the same positives about it as I'd have all of the other GBA tracks. However, they made one change to this track between Tour and 8 Deluxe that is irredeemable. They took out the sunsetting in the sunsetting skybox. The skybox will not change for the entirety of this race, and that is the exact problem, because in the original version on the Game Boy Advance, and in the Tour version, the sun's obviously the track takes place at sunset, but the sun actually will set during the duration of the race, and the sky will turn like this nice purplish color, and it's beautiful. In this version, it just stays like this the entire race, and it's just like, what's the point? Like, this made this track go from, I would probably put it in like a higher tier to they fumbled this one so hard. Like, is it a minor aesthetic detail? Is the gameplay of this track still pretty good? Yes. Is the literally taking away one of the defining characteristics of this track as a consequence? That doesn't make up for it. I'm gonna get back ready any second here. I thought that would hit her, but apparently it didn't, and it almost hit me. It's fine, because in this game, second always holds reds, which usually is nothing but annoying. But in this exact moment, it is extremely useful for me. But as you can see, lap 3, there is no sunset. It's really sad. Some people have gone as far to say this is one of the worst tracks in the game because of that change. I don't think it's quite that bad, but I would say that it's egregious. And it definitely knocks this down quite a peg or two in terms of how favorably I'd rank it. How did I not hit that banana? I mean, it's a good thing I didn't, because I probably would have lost first if I did, but... Anywho, we are going to be moving on from a disappointment of a track, in some respects, to Koopa Cave, another Mario Kart Wii classic. And honestly, I didn't know how to feel about the Tour version at first when I first played it. Now, obviously, after having played this in 8 Deluxe a decent bit, this track's fine. Don't know if I'd prefer this to the Wii and 7 versions. Obviously, the Electro Shredders being gone is kind of annoying, and that's something that isn't new to this version. Mario Kart 7 doesn't have them either. Which kind of is like the only negative I have about the Mario Kart 7 remake. But other than that, fun track. Like, it's still Koopa Cave. At the end of the day, it's Koopa Cave. Oh yeah, the section is anti-grav now, which I actually think works really well for it. I do like the anti-grav spinners instead of like the electric shredders. So I think honestly this version will probably rank above the 7 version for me. It's hard to beat the original, obviously, but... However, the other change I'm happy they made in this version, as opposed to like what the 7 version did, is that this is no longer a glider ramp. It felt kind of stupid that the ramp that's supposed to throw you onto the flowing water, also known as one of the main, like, you know, what am I trying to say? One of the main, like, gameplay aspects of this track is just thrown after, like the option, like, a glider ramp, so you don't interact with it at all? Like, I don't understand what the thinking with that was. So with all that being said, I think this is probably, like, this is easily the second best version of Koopa Cave. Because the thing is, Did the tour version have the glider ramp? I forget. I think it might have. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that, so take that with a grain of salt, but... Oh yeah, also the half-pipe goes back as well, which was not in 7th for obvious reasons. Anyway. Let's just carry this one home. The anti-grav in this section as well, I do think for like this tunnel section, I do think the anti-grav physics work very well. This feels like a natural like implementation of anti-grav in one of these tracks, as opposed to like Sky High Sunday, where they just made the entire thing anti-grav because they felt like it feels like to me, so I don't know. Let's go on to the next race. Oh, ho, ho. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'm going to say it the exact same way. Peak has entered the chat. Oh my god. And quite literally, because there are peaks in the background. Vancouver Velocity, my favorite track from Mario Kart Tour. When this got announced in the same wave as Wiggler, that's when I knew this, Wave 5, was the best wave in the District Course Pass. And I stand by it to this day. It's still Wave 5. Like, you may call me incredibly biased. I am. But that's what's called having an opinion, and I'm about to get ready. God, I'm getting freaking Mario Kart. I don't think the swoops were in the tour version of the track. But again, this bridge being anti-grav, I was really worried at first because I thought they were gonna like ruin like this really cool camera angle of it going almost vertical near the end. They did in fact not do that. Also, there's a shortcut at the end here that I am going to yoink. Alright. And first, the mushroom. Let's see how long this lasts before I have to use the mushroom to get my green shell. Yes, the blue's hitting Pauline. She was in first for like half a second and it hit her instead. Perfect. The mushroom remains mine. Anyway, as for why I like Vancouver Velocity so much, I feel like the layouts of this track are just so, like, I don't know, I feel like they're consistently the best of any city track, and I also just love the atmosphere of this track. Like, the visuals of Vancouver, like, Velocity, it's so pretty. I landed in the grass there and had to use it. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite me. Anyway. Also, I mean, come on, we have ice skating Shy Guys. How can you not? So how did Link get ahead of me? That missed. No, it didn't. Task failed successfully. Oh, I have no coins. That's why I'm getting, like, outrun. On lap 3, we just go straight through the ice rink. Alright, I think I have a super horn. I should be home free. Let's go, Vancouver. This is probably going to rank in like my top 5 easily. I can already tell you that much. I love this track so much. And the fact that just Wiggler and this track released in the same wave, that's still crazy to me. Anyway, we are now on to Wave 6, which I don't think I've actually played on the channel before, so you're going to get my impressions of these tracks, and I've also only played them like once before. I played them to 100% the game, but Rome Avanti, I've talked up this track a decent bit. I like this track quite a lot. I think the aesthetics of this track are really good. I like driving this track. Again, the later tour tracks, the majority of them are really good. Bangkok Rush is an exception. I feel like there's one other tour track that's in this wave. Oh yeah, Madrid Drive. Madrid Drive's fine. I don't think it's amazing by any means, but it's pretty good. Let's say, what was the other tour track? I remember there's one more in this wave. Because these are like the two newest ones. Like the last two city tracks they added to tour before they discontinued new content for it. Which I was wondering when they were going to do. I mean, the game lasted like 3.5 years, did it not? Or like 3... No, it was like 4 years, no? The game came out in 2019. Which feels crazy now. So I don't think at the time I ever imagined that Mario Kart 8 Deluxe would be getting DLC itself. I mean, to be sure, it makes sense. The game sold so well. So, I mean, it makes sense. Oh, I'm getting blue. That's fortunate. Oh, man, I couldn't use the second item in time. Anyway. You know, I like Rome Avanti quite a lot. I think this track looks very nice. Which is another, like, big thing of, like, the later Booster Course Pass waves. They look better than the earlier ones. Oh yeah, this is another section where we drive backwards a little bit. And then on this one, we get one of the cooler things, and the coolest things in this track, which is, where is it? The part in the Coliseum where we go past the biting chicken chomps, which, it was shown in the intro, I believe, so... It's not really spoiling anything, is it? Oh yeah, here it is. This is cool. This is so neat. Because you can also trick off of those. Thank goodness for heavyweight invincibility frames. I do have muscle memory for this track somehow. Well, obviously with Wiggler I do, because I mashed too fast, but it still worked out, so it's fine. Because I played these tracks with Wiggler, because this is Wave 6. Ah, there we go. Beautiful. Amazing track. Let's move on to the next one. I actually don't remember everything that was in Wave 6, so, this is going to be a learning experience for me to actually figure out what was in Wave 6. Oh, DK Mountain, that's right! This track was in Wave 6. The mountain is so angry. This is another track from Mario Kart Wii where, I liked it. I like this track a lot in Mario Kart Wii. I take back what I was about to say about it somewhat, but... This track's awesome. I love DK Mountain. I think I like it more than Down and Down the Jungle, even though that was in Mario Kart 7, and that's obviously my favorite game. But this is a very... This track in this game, I remember it being pretty fun, so... Let's see if I'm right about that. Oh yeah, that's right, the DK barrels are on this version as well. I don't know, this track just feels like it works really well with this game's mechanics, so... That makes it very enjoyable. Like, these turns all feel incredibly good to take. Lap 1 blue? Well, thanks for the red shell. Honestly, that made that way less severe than it could have been. Like, this turn is now banked to make it more manageable, which is nice. That turn's still a bit questionable, but... I'm once again getting redded. Where on earth did you pull another red from? Anyway. Double item box. Sorry, give me something good for the rest of this lap. Okay, never mind. The good news is I think that means second won't have reds, so... Okay, I dodged that rock somehow, thank goodness. Oh, sorry, that boulder. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't mean to fall in that crevice, but it kind of... You know what, never mind, it didn't really work out, huh? Okay, what is happening at this point? What is this? I don't know if I flattened him. I think flattening is pretty weak in this game, so it doesn't really matter if I did. Let's just hold on to my lead. I don't know, I think other than like the last two turns being still a bit tight, I think this track's overall pretty fine. I think it's really fun in this game. I think a lot of the turns feel really nice with these drift mechanics and like the banking that they've had added to them. Well, I mean, they weren't banked. It's not that they weren't banked before, it's just that the drift of karts in Mario Kart Wii sucked so much. Although, I don't know, they actually kind of worked in this track, so I shouldn't be saying too much. There we go. Another good track down. Hopefully 6 more good tracks to go, although I know it's only 5. And 1 track that I'm, like, fine with at absolute best. But we shall see. The end is near. The end of this very long video. Oh, Daisy Circuit. Oh man, I forgot this wave was actually really stacked. This is another Wii track. I always liked this one in Wii. I feel like it was always like a fun kart track in Wii, so that's probably why I liked it as much as I did. They have unfortunately nerfed the like mushroom shortcut to not be very good without a mushroom in this game, so. Because I believe you have to break a cardboard like plate to get to it, which stuns you if you don't have something to break it. So yeah, it's slower now. I also like the turn after it's been reduced a bit, even though it is a glider ramp now, which is significantly better. I don't know how much I like this track in this game compared to Wii. I feel like this track in Wii was really fun, like with karts especially. I had a lot of fun with this track. That might just be local Mario Kart Wii kart user Redstone Chester, formerly Kart Main. Really? Really? Okay, that one was my fault. I got a very good item pull, and I cannot use it because this thing called the lightning bolt exists. Second one? Mr. President, the second lightning has hit the Daisy Circuit race. Oh man, that... What month is it? May? You know what, yeah, no, that felt fine. This is a fine time of year to do that. You're kidding me. The one time I get a mushroom to do the shortcut. The game's like, just like, nuh-uh, you're trying to have fun? Guess what, sucker? Die. It's fine. Oh no! Welcome to Mario Kart, apparently. Yeah, that's the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe experience, alright. Here's the track I'm not a huge fan of, Broad Point Cove. This also has 3 different routes. I don't know, I was never a big fan of this track. So I was kind of disappointed when this got added to Wave 6 and not the other track from Mario Kart Tour that I really liked. That I mentioned quite a few times, Piranha Plant Pipeway. I think is what it's called. It's got a very similar name to Piranha Plant Slide in like PAL regions, in Europe, like outside of the Americas. Its English name is Piranha Plant Pipeline, which is very confusing and might be the reason that it wasn't added. But again, it's Piranha Plant Pipeway is such a good track. I like that track. I love that track a lot. Anyway, getting redded in third. Link has a super horn. I would like him to not use that. Well, now he's dead, so we're fine with that. I love how settled the front running music is on this. I'm gonna be honest, I've forgotten the layout of this track. How does one play Piranha Plant Cove? Yeah, I think I'm actually remembering how to play Piranha Plant Cove now. I don't know, I'm not a big fan of this track. Like, I think some of the things it does are cool. I think the atmosphere is overall pretty interesting. I like how they tried doing, like, the changing lap gimmick with a non-city track. I think it's cool that they did that. It's just, I don't know how I feel about the execution. I got bulleted. That's... You know what? Sure. Why not? I completely forgot you crossed the other path there. Yeah, you can trick off that. Oh, geez, I got way more height off of that than I wanted to. Okay. Oh, that's why this dock went down. I was gonna ask that earlier when we glided over it, but that's why, because this path uses it. Okay. That's neat. Alright, I survived probably my least favorite track in the wave. I don't think this track's bad. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of it, personally. And I'm saying that even though I front ran it, so that you know that me getting Mario Kart is not really, except for Warrior's Gold Mine, it does trace there, but besides the point. Madrid Drive! Speaking of the other tour track, this is the last tour track in the entire Booster Course Pass right here. I like Madrid Drive quite a lot. I like the music for this track as well. A lot of the tour tracks, I think the music's pretty good. Of course, it's Mario Kart, like, all the music is pretty good. That's a pretty consistent thing with Mario Kart. I think Madrid Drive is a really fun track to drive as well. So get it? Drive Madrid Drive. Oh yeah, also there's 64 on the sign because, you know, funny reference to this thing called... Anyway, there's also just a giant Wiggler in the streets. I guess Wiggler is Spanish, apparently. Oh yeah, there's a mall here as well, which, sure, it's not Coconut Mall, but it's a mall. Coconut Mall will still be the #1 mall in our hearts. I'm winning blue lap 1. I'm getting shocked lap 1, that's fine. Anyway. Now we are on lap 2, and we are gonna go through a market of some sort. And there's thwomps in the market, apparently. They don't pose a public safety hazard, although I don't understand how that's... And here he is! The Wiggler is a bound! He's bounding around... A bound? A foot? I don't know. He's awake. I don't know why I said a bounding. I don't even know what that means off the top of my head. There's also a Shy Guy in the boat. I just noticed that. That's cool. You know, I really like, now that I've played Madrid Drive's layout, I really like this layout. I really like this track's layout quite a lot. I think I'm probably going to place this a bit higher than I thought I was going to on that tier list when I make it, as I keep saying. That's going to be the next video. When I get that done, who knows? I would like to get it done before I go back to, back up north for some fun things for the summer. But at the same time, I'd like to get at least the voice, like the overall voiceover recorded for that. Also, we have a football! Anyway, moving on. I'm not going to scream football at the top of my lungs at like 8:30 at night. I don't feel like doing that. Ooh, red shell, but it was right after the line, so it didn't matter. Take that, villager. Who has hit a clean 500. Anyway, is this the penultimate track? Rosalina's Ice World? One of the worst Mario Kart 7 tracks that I actually think they did a pretty good job remaking in this game, so I'm not going to complain about it that much. I'll give them this. This is probably the best version of Rosalina's Ice World. It's also the 46, so there's still 2 more. I like this version of the track. I think this is probably like the best version of this track. Out of the 3, I think it's better than the tour version. It's got half pipes on it. I don't know how I feel about this part of the track being so thin. I don't know. Rosalina's Ice World's never been one of my favorite tracks of all time, and I actually don't hate playing this one. I don't mind playing this one nearly as much as I do 7's version, so, I mean, they must have done something right. The track does feel a bit thinner in areas, which is a bit off-putting, but... And also, what I think was just a simple off-road shortcut, sounded like a ramp one. I don't know. I think this is a solid remake of Rosalina's Ice World. Also, me and Villager have broken away so much. Why? Sorry, Villager and I. Excuse me for using improper English. How dare I use improper English in my Mario Kart Let's Play? My English professors would be so mad at me. Not that I've had one, I mean... since high school, technically, but... I kind of had. Not exactly English, but writing, yes. I probably didn't need to use that green. I probably would still have invincibility frames to block that, but I wasn't taking chances. I like with the CPUs, I don't think they get mini turbos often. It doesn't feel like they do. That might be one thing that gives the player an advantage over them. Well, to be fair, they also get infinite handling, so that's a pretty massive advantage, because with infinite handling, you can just turn on a dime and lose, like, 0 time, and it's just... what? It's so stupid how they can do that. They can just turn their car at, like, 270 degrees and just lose no speed. It's stupid. Anyway, well, it's not stupid, this track. I don't... again, the original version of Rosalina's Ice World, not a big fan. This version, it's fine. I don't think it's that bad. Penultimate race is SNES Bowser Castle 3. A track, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't see them bringing back into this game, but they did it, and it's really cool that they did, because this remake's awesome. I remember when this came out in Tour, and I was like, oh, that's cool. I don't think it's gonna make it to 8 Deluxe, though. And then it made it to 8 Deluxe, I'm just like, what? Really? This is another track from the Booster Course Path that uses anti-gravity really well, by the way. For these uphill sections, Yeah, you're gonna pretend you didn't see that. Anyway. Let's just try and get back. They got a decent thing out of it. Come on. My purple mini turbo just died. That's cool. It's fine. We'll get another one here. Or no, I'll just get an orange. Getting blued. Oh no. No. Too early. Okay. That timing is hard, and I'm used to the Mario Kart 7 one. Because in Tour, you got points if you dodged the blue shell with a mushroom. And it was really cool. I actually got it off there before it died. Awesome. Villager is not taking the best lines here. And I'm really abusing that. Well, I'm getting blued again, so... Thankfully those spin boosts were right there to get me back up to top speed. I think you make it to the finish line without getting Mario Karted. Well, that was almost bad. However, I think that's actually good because it eliminated my second chance at just running me into oblivion. Anyway, the true final race. Here we go. The last race in the entire game that I have to do for this footage grab. Rainbow Road. A classic, an amazing track that is really fun to drive. Oh, I love this track so much. It's not as good as Mario Kart 7's Rainbow Road, but it's still really good. Final race. That text feels very ominous in this context. Anyway. Here we go. I think I should be able to destroy the CPUs on this one. I know how to drive this track pretty well. I've played Mario Kart Wii a lot. I played this game against other humans relatively recently, and by relatively recently I mean like end of last month. And I cooked all of them, like the losers they are. If they're watching this, I'm kidding. I love you guys. I love playing Mario Kart with you guys. It's very fun. I'm not insulting your skill. In fact, one of them is better than me at like every other track of the game. So, you know. But that's what Mario Kart is. Mario Kart is this game to just get a group of friends, play, and have fun, and it's stupid. And it's like Mario Party. It's like Mario Party, but there's more skill expression. And before you say, how dare I say Mario Party has no skill expression, there's some. But come on, we all know Mario Party is just, you know, it's Mario Party. Need more be said. I've had many a Luigi wins by absolutely nothing moment in Mario Party. That's happened to me. I have been the Luigi doing nothing and winning anyway, and it's so fun. I should buy, like, Mario Party All-Stars for the Switch. I really should. Is that a $60 investment worth making? Yeah, probably. I think so. I mean, come on, it's Mario Party. I really should invest in Mario Party, huh? Pauline died. She wasn't directly behind me there. Okay. Well, I'm just getting a coin here. Yep. Very cool game. Okay, I can't make that gap. Thought I could. Okay, dang. There we go. That was pretty good. Oops, Super Horn. That's an amazing item pull. And with that, that is all 96 tracks in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe played in one video. Oh, man. So, what have I learned from this experience? Apparently, playing 96 Mario Kart tracks takes a while. For one thing. Oh, snow! Oh, that's Rosalina's Ice Bolt. Thought it was Snowland. Man, even Larry managed to get 187 points in that GP. That's amazing. But anyway, after playing every track in the game, if I can not pick on the DLC button, obviously all of these, we're just gonna play. Where is it? Wait, no, it's in this cup. Anyway, what is my opinion of all of the tracks in the game? Well, that's for the tier list to decide, but I do think my favorite track in the entire game is still going to be 3DS Rambo Road. To nobody's surprise. Oh yeah, I forgot there's the battle stages. We're not ranking these. They're different. But still, the tracks, this is going to be a fun thing. These are going to be fun to rank. I think I have an idea of where I'm going to play specific things, and now that I have footage for it, it's going to be easy to edit together. Anyway, thank you all so much. Why is the link on screen? There we go, that's better. Thank you all so much for watching today's video. I hope you all enjoyed this, probably near 5-hour long Mario Kart time episode. I know it's been a while since the last one, but I've been busy with stuff, and I've also been trying to work on some cool projects for the channel, but they might not come to fruition for a while. It's a shame, but hopefully next semester I don't get busy with projects and a bunch of other stuff. I probably will, but hopefully I can have more time to focus on this channel, because I would really like to do that. I have some Pokemon things I'd like to do. I have, obviously, the tier list for this I'd like to do. There's other things as well. There's games I want to stream on the channel as well. I think streaming is going to be a bigger thing for me going forward, if I can get away with it. But we'll see. So yeah, I appreciate everyone for watching, and just stay tuned for more videos, hopefully in the near future. My name is Redstone Chester, and until next time, peace out, everybody.